Hello! Welcome back, everybody. Happy Monday. I hope you've all had a fantastic, wonderful day. Is this the one I'm doing? Okay, let's do this one. I was a little bit confused by which one it actually was because that line looked fairly solid. Bombers. Is that a bomber? That's a bomber. Good. Plonk. Follow the link in chat. Log in with your Twitch account and drag and drop your units to the battlefield. And then pray to RNGesus, sacrifice whatever you need to, because today we're farming Undasta. And I would very much like to get this mount before I go bananas. Like, very much like to get this mount before I go bananas. That would be really nice. Well done, Zemon first. Erica was 69th, well done. Hello, hello. Undasta in the bananas. Do we think that'll help him drop the mount? Like, maybe? Maybe. Where's my thread? I need to keep wrapping bobbins. I have my... I've only got a few to go. After that I might have to start stitching. Oh my god. I have to start doing some craft rather than just like preparing my stuff for crafts. Sacrifice the goat. Billy is not going anywhere. We love Billy. Billy brings us luck. Billy will not bring us luck if Billy is dead. Come on now. That's not very nice either. Do not sacrifice people. Like, when I was talking sacrifices, I'm like, you know, burn a couple Pringles in an altar or something. Like, no harm to be done. Please and thank you. Enough harm has been done to our hearts and our minds by disallowing us from having these beautiful mounts. No more harm needs to be done. No more harm need be done. Can I sacrifice a coffee? You may. And to preempt the to preempt the question, yes, drinking the coffee counts as sacrificing it. Pringles seems like it'd stink. Look, maybe I guess I think it'd depend on the flavor. I feel like some of the flavors would be fine, and other ones would just be, like, not fine. Good morning, Duran. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Sacrifice the coffee. Brilliant. Yeah, let's go with that. Because coffee smells amazing when you burn it. And when you, like, when you make it to be drunk as well. Like, coffee just smells amazing. So that's good. As long as I'm not the one who has to drink it, then we're golden. Get around the thing, thank you. We'll have a week of, so lots of... Oh, a week off. Okay, gotcha. Wonderful. You're doing well as well, indeed. Good afternoon, Sarah, welcome back. I hope you are doing wonderfully well today. WBT show. Hey. Sacrifice a bubble tea into Fear's belly, that's it. That's it. Eventually. Not until dinner time. Okay, so the timer says just under 8 minutes, but that's a very old timer. That's the timer from last week. So I don't think that's going to be anywhere close to accurate. We'll find out. We will find out. Undasta's a tease. Yeah, look. We will get this mount. What are we on now? 300 and... 397. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We're still flagged as lucky. So, but I mean, that is with the old drop rate. We don't know what the new drop rate is yet though. So, like, all we know is that it has been greatly increased. We don't actually know what that means. So, but one way to find out, and that's to get the damn thing and contribute our datas to the places like Wowhead. Although I don't know if Wowhead has the, because I know for like from our perspective, from viewing the database website, they seem to have just like all the data from forever. They don't seem to be able to separate it from like pre-Blue Post announcing adjustment and post-Blue Post announcing adjustment. So I don't know that the info on Wowhead is ever going to be accurate for the drop rate on these. Unless they do have, I mean, like, surely they'd have some kind of a way to maybe, I don't know. Look, I don't work for them. I don't have access to the back end of their website, and if I did, I probably wouldn't understand most of it. So, so I'm not gonna assume shit. Bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S. That's right. We have a sound command of me doing that, actually. This is bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S. See? I told you. Thank you, Zam. Expected and delivered. I feel it has to be 1%, no higher than that. Look, 1% would make sense to me. However, we have got a few mounts floating around that are 1 in 500 or 1 in 200. And those are more recent ones as well. So I don't think it necessarily has to be 1%. I think it would make sense that like all rare mounts are 1% kind of thing. Like that is what rare means. But that's also like, I'm very data driven. I'm a very logical, like, I mean, clearly I'm a very emotional being as well. Like emotion factors into almost every decision I make. However, when I'm talking about data and shit, it's like the Heartbreaker stuff. There was a Blue Post in February last year, during the event. There was a thread where people were talking about like, it sucks that the correct way to farm for this mount with the highest drop chance is to have a full account of characters and do 6 hours of runs a day. It's not 6 hours, they're doing it wrong, but still. And there was a blue response that said, we're aware of the situation and we agree that it's not ideal and that this isn't the way we want it to be. We are looking into the situation to see if there's anything that can be done. And so everyone ever since then, whenever they ask me about my 50-60s or 60-60s that I have now, they say, oh, didn't you hear they're upping the drop rate? That's not what they said. They said is, what they said is, we know it sucks, we're looking at it. That is the extent of the data we have, you know? So these kind of situations where like, oh, people like, I know people get excited. I get excited. Again, emotional being. But when you get excited about something and you get invested in the possibility of something that hasn't been confirmed, and then it turns out not to be that, and you get pissed and you post shit talking all over Wowhead comments, it's like, honey bear, no. So I try to avoid that shit as much as possible because goddamn, the children on the internet, where are their parents? Yeah, they, I hate seeing people upset. Like, I really hate seeing people upset and having a bad day. It's not good. It's not fun. I've been there multitudes of times and having a bad day is not fun. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody. And so, like, when you have your heart set on this particular thing is happening and then it doesn't happen and your heart is broken by the fucking heartbreaker again, it sucks. And this suckage can be prevented very easily by reading the blue posts. Very easy. Yeah, good fun, hey? This game is wonderful. So many people who play. So many people. They should wipe old data. I agree. I think that Wowhead should wipe the old data. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna check, because I don't know if they have or not. Cobalt Primordial. Horn. Rains. There we go, that one. Drop chance 0.77%. The count says 24 out of 3,124. It looks like they have reset it. Cause one in, no, you know what? I have numlock on. 1 in 2K is 0.0005, and now it's showing as 0.8 or 0.77. So like 24 out of the 3124 is yeah, so it was 0.05% drop rate, and now it looks like it's roughly a 0.8. So I personally, given that that is such a small data set, 3K is nothing in terms of how big this fucking player base is. And only 24, like, not everyone uses the Wowhead client, the Wowhead add-on, obviously. If you're the kind of person who relies upon Wowhead for the drop chances and stuff like that, I do highly recommend grabbing their add-on just to kind of help contribute to those figures. But given that that is such a small data set at 3.1K, I would say it's probably somewhere around the 1%. The science brain is like, bitch, 0.5 to like 0.5% to 1% is probably where where the science brain would put it, or on the side of shit, you know. But yeah, I reckon it'd be somewhere between the like 1 in 200 to 1 in 100, somewhere in that realm of possibility. Undasta is dead. 15 minutes. Let's go. Zero, 1, 0, 3 is always way too crazy of a drop rate. Wondering what they mean by seasonal event adjustments on the roadmap. Yeah. Yeah, well, not only is it like seasonal event adjustments, but it's also, where's the thing? There are 3 sets of words that I'm, excuse me. So in patch 10.07, it says holiday updates. And then in patch 10.17, it says holiday refresh. Those are 2 different things. They've used 2 different words for that: holiday updates and holiday refresh. What is spring? When is spring? Spring in California. Time. March to June. So it's autumn. Okay. Okay. So that the holiday updates is gonna miss what's it anyway. If that's coming in spring, it's gonna miss Love is in the Air anyway. But that doesn't mean they can't make an adjustment to it anyway. Like, no one tells them what they can and cannot do. They make those decisions for themselves. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, definitely nothing yet, yeah. Love to really be their parents. Wonder if they would consider doing a what's the word, like every try your chance increases. Bad luck protection, BLP. I don't know. I think BLP really made a whole lot of sense with Legion Legendaries, because not only were you trying your best to get a drop, but then you had to hope against hope that the drop was not the worst drop. Like you were hoping for the right drop, like transmog farming. So considering that there's only one thing that we're hoping for, I don't know. One of the things that I've for a couple of years have sort of toyed with the idea of in my own head, is a currency but currencies would make it very messy on the like. So here's the thought, right? So let's say you have a mount that's a 1 in 100 drop chance, and you kill it 100 times and it doesn't drop, and you kill it 200 times and it doesn't drop. Or you can be like poor Persephone, one of our colleagues who was going for Ashes of Allah for years, got up to 2,500 attempts on Ashes before it finally dropped on a 1 in 100 mount, right? That's terrible luck. Like, that's abysmally poor luck. So what happens if, like, maybe every time you kill a boss that can drop a mount, you get some kind of currency. And then once you get to X amount of currency, you can purchase a mount. Kind of like how some of them did it with the anima and the grateful offerings with those mounts, but not quite, because those currencies can also be used to buy other shit. So kind of like bad luck protection, but like you have a guaranteed, maybe if the drop chance is 1 in 100, maybe it's not 100 currency gets you the mount, maybe it's 200, 250, 300. So like, you know, you have a pretty good chance of it dropping before you can actually buy the thing, but there is an end point. Then the question is, do you have 1,000,001 currencies? Because I mean, I've got most of the droppable mounts, and yet that's still how many I have. I've got so many of them, and that's still how many I'm missing. So that is an absurd number of currencies. So do we make it a mount currency? But then, like, does that mean if you go and do every single boss that you can try for, and you buy a mount every week? Because you're doing every single, like, how, because you've got people who will min-max, right? How do you prevent the min-maxers from getting burnt out? And that's something that Blizzard have to figure out every fucking day, you know? Like, we had things like island expeditions that people hated, not because the content was bad, but because they overdid it. Because it was the best way to get Azerite. Yeah? So how do you implement a system where the min-maxers can smash it out and get their shit, but they cannot? Like, do you put a cap on it weekly? You can only get 20 currency per week. And so you can buy a mount a month. No, that's only 80. But you know what I mean? You know, like, it's an interesting thought. I don't think they'll ever implement, let's try that again. I don't think they'll ever implement something like that. They're coming, not close, but like, a bastardization of that with the trading post. You go and do funky shit and earn a currency which you can use to buy cosmetics. Similar, but not nearly the same. Not anywhere close to the same. But it's still currency for cosmetics earned in a funky sort of way. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Not sure as well Lucy's capable of this though. Yeah, they did in Legion. BLP. You can just buy them out. Yeah, that kind of a thing, but like, I don't know, buying it to me feels less fun than having it drop. And so I know that there will be people who just ignore the currency and keep farming it because they want the clip of when it drops. The everyone goes ridiculous and emotes pop off everywhere. Like, it's the moment, you know. As content creators, those moments are what we hunt for. Those moments can be what pops us off in terms of popularity. You know, it's weird. Fucking this industry's fucking weird. Hello, Sean. Welcome back, and welcome back to you too, Rel. Hope you're both doing wonderfully well today. Yeah. Every raid gave you currency per boss and you can pick whatever. Well, they're not all raids though. That's the other thing. Especially if they go down a path. Like, I really liked the path. I quite liked protoform synthesis from Zerath Mortis. I thought that was a really funky idea. And then of course Korthia had 1,000,001 rares that were just most of them were just always up. So you could kind of just camp each individual one and knock them all out in a day, all the ones that you didn't have the mounts yet. It just depends. I guess it depends on how they go forward with those kind of mounts and stuff. Yeah, currencies per X-Pack, that could work. Oh, excuse me. Kind of like Island Expedition tokens. Look, you. But then that's still just to buy a box, and that has a chance to contain. Island expedition mounts are going to be the death of me. All mounts in general are going to be the death of me, let us be honest. But like, goddamn. Force feeding themselves on Torghast, yeah. Yeah, well, it's every single patch there's something like that, isn't there, Erica? There's always, there is the best way to do a thing, and so people burn themselves out on it. You've already, in Dragonflight, you've had Cobalt Assembly grinding that up to get that ring, Obsidian keys to get the cloak from What's It. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's always something that's grindable that people just smack their head against and go, oh my god, I hate this shit, why do I have to do this? You don't. That's the point. It is not designed to be ground out the way you are doing it. That was not the idea that, yeah, anyway. Getting currency when killing a boss that you don't have the mount for. So like when you start off, you'd be killing like every boss, and then over time it'd be like slowly like shrinking down the number of tokens you can get each week, and so each mount takes longer and longer and longer to obtain. Yes and no. I would hate that system personally, like with a fucking passion, because I'm the kind of person, I like to grind up and buy the most expensive one first, and then grind up and get the second most expensive, and then grind up and get the third most, because then by the end of it, it's like I'm buying all the cheap ones really quick, and so it's like this, you climb the hill, you climb the hill, you climb the hill, and then as you get towards the end of it, it's just boom, you get everything done all at once. It's a really good feeling. So I would hate that kind of system, because it would mean that every single time I bought a mount, it would take me weeks more to get the next one. And it would just slow down and would feel discouraging as fuck. But that's just me, personally. Drop for me after 15, Ravenlord dropped same day after one try. Well done, Z! Congratulations. And giving currency once a week from that boss. Well, I mean, the bosses, they're weekly lockouts for loot anyway, so that would make sense. Dropped at 107 attempts, brilliant. Feel bad for your friend, 2,000 odd, oh my god, I know, right? How insane is that? Like, just, good lord. Industry do be weird sometimes. Agreed. Do BLP, then no currency required, right? Yeah. Yeah. I just wonder how, because BLP in Legion was incredibly broad. Anytime you did anything that had a chance at dropping a legendary and it didn't, essentially the drop chance went up. It was more complicated than that. There was more to it than just straight up that, but it was, so I wonder if you could track that separately across a bunch of different NPCs and stuff. I really like the idea of, for transmog hunting, right? Like a talent tree. I think there was one that went around a while back, but I like the idea of talent trees for completionist content like that. Like, you earn enough experience in hunting transmog, like you have this many transmog items and you get a talent point, and one of them might be, like you can turn off, it's an ability that has a 7-day cooldown or resets at the, like, it's a week-long cooldown. You can use it once a week, and for 3 hours it disables legacy loot on anything you enter. If you enter it solo, then it disables legacy loot so that you can only get stuff you actually need. Or, do you know what I mean? Like that kind of funky ass shit. That'd be kind of cool. But, I feel like that would just require rewriting so much of the game. But it could be cool to do something like that for mount farming and stuff like that too. Just like a collector's talent tree in general. Maybe some of the talents are for mounts and for pets, some for toys, some for titles, some for transmog, some for achievements. Just kind of, it'd be interesting to see what they could come up with. But I don't know how the hell it would be implemented. It probably badly. It'd probably be bugged, and a whole ton of people would get a whole lot of benefit from it, and they wouldn't be able to figure out how to roll it back, and so they'd just delete the whole system. But it'd be interesting to see. $7.34. Maybe for every 25 kills, your chance goes up by 1%. That'd be interesting. Diminish requirement of having an account full of characters. No, it wouldn't. It would just make people have... Because that would mean every 25 kills, your chance goes up by 1%. I could make my chance go up by 2% per week. Not even running all of my tunes. I could get a mount every couple weeks. Like, you know, it would still reward people who have a ridiculous number, because it's simple math. If you do anything related to drop chance, it doesn't matter what the benefit is that's provided. The more attempts you throw at it, the higher the likelihood of it doing what you want it to do. It's just math. But yeah, just like in redacted community, if it's paying as long as it's account wide, I feel like they could tie to each boss. Take a little time, but still, quite possibly. It'd be interesting. Testing it out, the experiments that have to run and stuff. Can we still teleport you to Darien when you're at E60? And at 60, well done, Zam, congratulations. Huh? Hello, Shiba. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Tower experience. Well, you just mean anima powers, but they get wiped when you leave, kind of thing. I'm talking about like an actual talent build for farming stuff. Bye, Undasta! It was nice to see you! Brilliant. Oh shit, now it's no luck. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Oh dear. Now Sheba Luck Charmer. You will absolutely not take the credit ASAP. I'm going to take the credit for having, what was that? 399 attempts? It's persistence. Absolutely not taking any of that fucking credit. It's mine. Piss off. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Yay! Yep. Absolutely yay. Alright, Nalak. Fuck. How do I get there? 1 in 399? No, because like 300 and something of those were prior to the change. So, yeah. But on Nalak, I think I have like 22 attempts, and Galleon has like 9. So, so these will be interesting to see. This will be interesting to see. Did I miss a drop? You did! I just got Cobalt Primordial Direhorn from Undasta. Yeah, not Galleon just yet. Galleon is after Nalak. I'm gonna do Nalak first. That's awesome. Yay! Oh, I have to update my title. Nalak edition. Done. Can we do 2 in a stream? Can we do 2 in a stream? How fucking ridiculous would that be? Don't get greedy. I'm gonna be as greedy as I bloody well want. Thank you very much. Oh dear. Alright. Thundering. Cobalt. It's another Cobalt one. Okay, that's right. This has an extremely low drop rate. No shit. There you go, 22 attempts. 22 attempts. Be greedy, want all the things. I do want all the things, in fact. In fact. We're gonna cross everything off this rarity list. It's gonna be great. One day, I will have all the mounts. And what will we do then on Mount Farm Monday? Well, I can actually update DFA now because I can refresh the druid. I misheated someone's artwork and I know more for stealing my smoke from brain. Yep. It's at that sucky point where like everyone wants everything for upgrades and you're sitting there and like, I want for transmog. Yep. I know the feeling. LFR will need on everything. Streamer privilege. I'll streamer your privilege. Thank you, Sam. The day you get all the mounts is the day before Blizz releases a new X pack. Nah. There are that many mounts in this game, and so many of them are PvP based that I doubt I'll ever get all of them, but that's fine. That day there should be a baby Fiamma and you'll be helping baby Fiamma get all the mounts. Are you assuming that I want children? Like, are you just, because I'm a woman, I'm gonna have a baby? Is that what's going on here? Or like, was it just a bad joke that was really shit? Because like, he says I'm able to have children. He says I want to have children. It's like a really horrible thing to assume. Don't do that. Like, don't do that. Meeb, Erica, and Sarum, congratulations to all of you on your bonus. Shit, well done! Up we go, because I want the skin chest for you guys. I've got all the skins from this event. Very exciting. But, I know that some of you don't have all of them. Do I have another bomber? I think I do have another bomber here somewhere. Oh, do I not? Oh. Okay. Let me just pause that flight and this one. I do want to check my army though. No, I've only got one bomber. That's interesting. Am I still working on unlocking another one? I am! Well, there you go. I didn't realize. Oh well. Alrighty, on to Nalak. Hello Chatty, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. We get lucky next week when I continue my mount farming. I hope you do too. Hope you do too. Oh my god, this is gonna be the longest travel time for like all of these tunes to fly from like Jade Forest. I'm wondering if I should set Hearthstones. I don't think the time is, what, 15 on the luck? I think it's 15. Let's go find out, shall we? If I can get here in 15 minutes, then at least the stuff on the screen will be moving for longer, rather than just sitting there, having people join in chat and yelling, play the game, oh my god. It's like, well, yeah, I am, actually. Oh no! I'm absolutely gonna miss that. Think. Let's see. Does Nalak have a death scream? Bonk! Good, alright. Where's the cache? Brilliant. Oh, it is a window. It's like Shah. It's a 10 to 20 minute window. I thought it was a set timer. Well, I mean, okay, last time we were here, people told me it was a set timer and I believed them, clearly. I should not have. It's just like Shah, 10 to 20. Nothing to luck first off. Yeah, that was... This, I don't like not being on a fly. Especially when you're like on a timer. How's it going? I'm new here. Welcome on in, Ninja. Hope you're doing well today. Anyone that doesn't have a set spawn is Shah, everyone else is 15. Wrong! It is a window. Do you remember the ops? No. I have a terrible memory though. Time zone from a cold, dark, heavy rain and windswept Monday morning. Oh no, Mike. Hope you're taking... Try that again. Hope you're taking care of yourself. You astray, I'm sorry. You should be. You should be. No, it's fine. As long as I can get there in 10, it's fine. Okay. Where do you want me to go? Ashran. Surprising nobody. It'll be Ashran, Orgrimmar, Jade Forest, Long Flight, Portal, and then navigate the god-awful terrain. Can we do this in 10? I reckon we can. Well, apparently we're already down to 8, so maybe not. Been in work over an hour. Wonderful. Excuse me. Choose a moment that the built-up base area have an easier path. Interesting. Okay, well, I don't know how many tunes have done this. So I guess we're gonna find out. From Sweden has a map farming going. Well, Fuse. We got Undasta's mount. So we're now on to Nalark, which is a pretty good feeling. But yeah, we'll see how that treats us. It's really not long. Oh, I thought being in work would mean that you were like away from the weather. At the very least, you know, silver linings and all that. I didn't get one of the mounts, but they gave me some Ogs at worth. Amazing! Amazing. Look, you got something out of it. Something is better than nothing. It's a long flight. 6 minutes. We've got about 1:30 until we get to the portal to the Isle. Yeah, retrospectives working to CA first thing one day is always not too good thing. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I like thinking of my Mondays as a chance to start fresh. New week. New goals. Just kind of chance to shake off the previous week and give it a good go. New week, who dis? Yeah! It's about it, hey. It's about it. 4.5 minutes on the timer. Can I go up from here? Looks like there's a path. Problem is, how do we get up there? Like you've got to cut through the bottom and then go straight up. Alright, that's fine. We've got just under 3 minutes. Problem is, Nalak doesn't seem to have a buffer zone. Only of your choosing. So that's... because that was one shot done. But it might have been because I was the only one there. So it's sort of... there's not a heavenly emerald or a heavenly... what's it? Green one. It's kind of sad. So that'll be a little bit kind of... we'll see. 168. What is this? I had that issue when there were more than like 3 level 70s. Adam, I was on my warrior, couldn't hit my throwable right away. He died in 0.2 seconds. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that. Because at least with the others, there's a moment where you're doing normal damage and then they just fall over. Whereas Nalak didn't seem to have that. Plus, it's on a window, so you can't, like, prepare for the moment that it's gonna spawn, and, like, yeah, so it's a bit of a pain in the ass, but we'll see, we'll see. It's not like I've actually farmed this one before, so I don't know how tricksy or weird it could be. We're switching during the week, not enough. Got not good enough signal to do only. Strange to see me messaging! That's funny. That's okay. It is what it is, hey. I'm glad that VODs are a thing. There's the archive and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, it's... Hmm. 112 attempts, no galleon. Oof, rough. How many of those attempts have been since the change, Zam? No worries at all. Have a wonderful time. We'll see you next time. 40, I think. Okay, well that's not too bad. Obviously horrible in total, but not too bad if you're like assuming that you'd started fresh kind of thing. It's kind of weird to think that eventually I'm not going to have any mop world bosses. Like, I'm halfway done with the world boss mounts. Like, what? Well, the mop world bosses anyway. It's kind of, feels strange. Yeah, there's definitely a buffer area on it when there's more than one. Cool. There were 2 of us who just got an achievement from it. So yeah, definitely more of a buffer when there's more than one person in the fucking area. God, that gave me a heart attack though. Perfect. Because you don't see him, all you hear is the announce and you're like, shit. Yep. Wonderful. Just have to queue up a ranged attack and just smash it once he pops. Oh, my heart. We're fine. Everything's fine. Thundering Cobalt Cloud Serpent. I'm farming Nullark. That's weird. I honestly never thought I'd have to, like, this is weird. It's nice though. Oh, World Boss Timers isn't on this one yet. Shit. I must have turned them off. Zoom zoom. gonna get there and then refresh. Just so I don't miss the timer. I hope you've all had a fantastic start to your week. I bought wrapping paper. And it's very cute wrapping paper. I'm very happy with it. Went to Daiso and got like 3 rolls of wrapping paper for all of the snacks that have arrived from Amazon, from Throne. I did forget to get more tape though. Because I have a feeling the sticky tape that I have is not gonna be enough. So exciting. Tape on your throne. The problem is, if like... Oh, and Zam. Right, I wanted to mention to you. But the problem is if I put tape on the throne list, I won't be able to tell if someone's bought it for me. Because it'll be a surprise. And so I'll unwrap tape on... It'll be hilarious. But yeah, no. Jas is going to grab some. He has to go to the grocery store tonight, so he's going to pick some up. But Zam, the suggested gift that you suggested... I tried to accept it, but Throne was having a bit of a tantrum. Kept saying it was out of stock, even though it was clearly not out of stock. So I went to the site, like I followed the link that you had provided, and then added it myself manually, and then rejected your suggestion. But it is there, and there is a thanks to Zam for the suggestion note on it as well. But it's just not, I had to do it like in a bit of a roundabout way. But I did not reject it. I had to technically, but it is there. It is there. Hello Laz, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. I am indeed doing a Nalak farm. Because Undasta dropped his mount for me today after 2 more attempts, which is very fancy. It is alright. Look, some people take things personally, so I wanted to, like, be sure, because I know you also would have gotten an email saying, like, your gift suggestion, or, actually, I don't know. I know you get an email if your gift suggestion is accepted, but I don't know if you get one if it's rejected. I know I can't provide a reason for rejection, so I can't put it in there, like, otherwise I would have just noted in there, like, I've added it, I just couldn't add it with this one. But yeah, it was weird. Yeah, I think it might have some slight difficulties reading the Amazon Australia website at times. Yeah, it's a little bit, I mean, it did say only 3 left in stock, and maybe Throne originally kind of took that as sold out, but it's like 3 in stock means in stock. So. Alright, I don't know how long there is on the timer. Because World Boss Timers isn't activated on this tune at the moment, so this will be fun. It's your rejection mail. Okay, noted. Interesting. Interesting. Handaya LFR vendor 200 raid used toy. I do not understand that sentence at all, Laz. Rejection mail. Okay, noted. fast go. What? I'm sorry, Les, I don't understand. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, alright. Can you fast travel to Nullock with Sunreaver Beacon? Oh, I don't know, maybe? I can. Only works on the Isle of Thunder or in the Throne of Thunder. No. And that's the banner. So no, the Sunreaver Beacon doesn't work anywhere else. So, nope. Returns you to the Sunreavers on the Isle of Thunder. This beacon only works on the Isle of Thunder or in the Throne of Thunder. So basically, like, if you're doing your dailies or whatever around the place, it's a fast travel back to turn them all in. It's not, it's not another Hearthstone. Yes. There you go. Learned a thing. Alright, I want Mount Farming as a new profile. We're gonna make it global. We're gonna turn on rarity. Turn on rare scanner. Turn on world boss timers. Turn on Zygor. Wow, looter, useful. Else these are good for mount farming. GSE for alts. I mean, LVY is handy. Cool. I am gonna... turn both of these on. Profiles. Perfect. Right, well, we're just within, we're 9 minutes. So we're 1 minute into the spawn window. So I think we got here just a couple minutes to spare like last time. Do I have... that is ranged. Okay. Do I have a ranged damage dealing thing on my boss? Need to tag quickly. Because it dies real quick. Real quick. $68. Awesome. 4:34. I'm getting so much done.
I am born of thunder.
I can't reach.
The storm.
There we go. Oh, that was stressful. Out of range. That's the problem. It's fine. Everything is fine. Mount farming's not stressful at all. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh. Hello, everyone is going well. It is indeed, Joe. We got the Undasta mount. 2 attempts in today. My second tune got the mount. So now we're on to Nalak, and Nalak is stressful. I don't like it. But that's fine. We're having a great time. Grand old time. Just a second here. Let me take that portal. Erica, Sarum, and V, congratulations to you all on your bonus ship. Well done. Thank you for the congrats. Alright, just take this next portal. And off we go to the skin chest. Wait, why does it want me to... Oh, because I'm on the wrong... Yep, okay, good. And this one... Incredible Serpent. Perfect. Alright. Is mine off cooldown? It is! Sweet. Amazing. Fiamma, you go into luck. I am farming the luck, yes. You asked me that when you came in and I did say yes. I am farming the luck, yes. Sick plus LFI under... No. No. You were talking about Sun Reaver Beacon. Sun Reaver Beacon, right here. This beacon only works on the Isle of Thunder or in the Throne of Thunder. I'm in the wrong zone. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. And I don't have time to detour because I only get to Nalak with a couple minutes to spare. I'm not jumping into an LFR to port out. It's fine. No. I don't know what a 200 raid is. I'm assuming you mean Throne of Thunder? No, I'm not doing it. Thank you, but no. Not interested. I was married tonight. Got first raid. I think it's good. Well done! 2 bosses in heroic. We almost got spider down as well. Well done. That's awesome. That's awesome. I know, Laz. I don't care. I've said no many times now. Please stop. Stop. When someone says no, you stop pushing. No more. I prefer the scenery. Thank you anyway. Hi Barry, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Luck, thanks! If you get this mount, what is next on the agenda? Galleon. Work my way down the rarity list. Next to a Galleon. But getting 2 Mop World Boss mounts in one day is highly unlikely. But hey, we'll see. We'll see. So full. Oh, well done. I'm glad you're well fed, Barry. That's awesome. Hello, old. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Playing WoW when it was first released? That was a while ago. It was a while ago. Omelets and salads for dinners. Well done. It does sound delicious. I'm not sure what we're having. Food of some kind, I'm sure. It'll be delicious and delightful, no doubt. I had a cheese and kimchi toasted sandwich for lunch. That was tasty as fuck. Delicious. Is that octopus okay? Or was it the NPC name was Felled Leviathan, so I don't think it's doing too well. I think it has been felled. But that's okay. It was probably trying to do some damage or something. Just gave it a bonk. No. Stop. It's fine. No. So wish you all the luck. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Look, I mean, it's gotta drop eventually, right? It's gotta drop eventually, so it's just a matter of when. And if I can hit it before it, like this one, hit it before it despawns. Before it dies. He looks drunk. I mean, he can't get out of the water because he'd die. And he's also low health because he's been shot at a bunch. So he's probably not doing okay. But that's okay. Try to play WoW again and just can't do it no more. That's fair. Gotta play what you have fun. Gotta spend your leisure time doing things that you enjoy. Because it is limited. Our time is limited. So you gotta spend it doing things you love. So good. Poor thing, we should give it a hug. I feel like if I did, it would hurt me. And I'm not sure like, danger hugs, like, not always a good thing. Danger hugs are not always a good thing. I will follow since you are old too. Well, that's insulting, isn't it? So my friend said about Invincible, did it weekly on at least 10 characters every week for years and years. He finally got it recently. It has to drop eventually. The damn thing exists. One day, it will drop. One day, it will drop. It's for sure friend-shaped sarcasm. Yeah, look. Maybe in an alternate reality. But in this particular one, I'm not sure that that's the shape the friends come in. I wonder what I'm going to be able to hit on this one to... I know I've got my grip, but do I have anything else that's actually ranged on a... DK? No, Blood Boil is like 10 yards, but that's not exactly ranged. Do damage. Death Coil! That's what I'm after. Perfect. It does take runic power though. So that's That's fine. We'll give it a crack. If not friend, then Wanderluck shaped. Huh? Oh, thank you for stopping by, Joe. Rest well. Best of luck at work. So we're just within the spawn. What's it now? Every time. Yeah, look. It's a thing. It's a thing. Thank you very much for dropping the socials, Barry. Very much appreciated. Sounds egregiously illegal. It's not. It's not. Especially in other countries. And even here in Australia, if it's in your contract. Often, if you are a salaried person who is contracted for more than 40 hours a week, your pay packet is larger to reflect that. So you don't get paid overtime, you don't get paid time and a half for specific hours and stuff like that. But if it's assumed that you'll be working 4 hours of overtime a week, then those 4 hours a week of overtime are factored into your salary. It's not illegal. At all. It's a negotiation. It's a contract that if you don't want the job, you don't agree to it. It's pretty much that simple. Or you can negotiate. Say, I'm not able or willing to work those extra hours, but in return, I'm happy to take less money. And sometimes they will accept that. Sometimes they, specifically for business needs, need people to be able to cover extra hours, even if it's just a couple times a week. And that is a valid business need. For a variety of reasons. But no, it's not illegal. As long as people are compensated appropriately and all that kind of stuff. Afternoon, dude. How's the stream today? So far, so good. So far, so good. Undasa treated me better, though. Union, because it is often misinterpreted by the employer. Yeah. Not all industries have unions, but yeah, it's, we do in Australia specifically. I obviously don't know about other countries so much, but in Australia specifically, we do have the Fair Work Ombudsman. That basically covers just employment law in general.
I am born of thunder. Blow. I am but the darkness.
Hi.
Are there any Pokemon on the left?
I am.
Does that mean you got the Uni mount?
It does. Second attempt today.
Congrats.
Thank you. How was work?
Very hot.
Yeah, I turned the aircon off in here because I was getting chilly, and now I'm thinking I might need to turn it back on.
Would you like a specific syrup from these?
No, just... Yep, basically. Please do get tape, though. Yep. So it turns out that Blood Boil hit Snark from that distance away.
What?
I was doing damage to Snark when he was very much more than 10 yards away. Maybe it's like 10 yards around, but it's like in a pillar rather than like a bubble.
I will
like
boil the blood of everything.
In this pillar from the heavens.
In this exact area from space down.
Basically. But hey, I got well because Nalak doesn't like because he spawns up in the air. It's kind of hard to hit it, and because there are enough people around who are ranged, if you don't hit it in time, you don't get the tag. So I'm like, fuck. So I hit grip, but I don't know if that counts as a tag, especially considering it said immune, and I didn't have enough runic power for Death Coil.
There may be an ability in your book called Death's Caress, otherwise.
I can't check now, I'm on a priest.
Yes, but for the next DK.
Is that BDK, or is it a talent?
Yes, it's a blood talent.
Okay, so I might not have it because it might not be... Yeah, okay. That's fair enough. Fair enough.
Anyway,
yeah.
I'll be back soonish.
Alright, sounds good. Be safe, have fun.
Okay.
Don't get mugged. God, this tune has like no add-ons on. Right, okay. Is that just normal time at that point if it's expected? No, because normal, quote unquote normal hours is a 38-hour week or 40 depending on the industry. So it's 5 days, 8 hours, or 5 days, or 38.5 is 5 days, 7.5 hours, which is an 8-hour day with a half-hour lunch break, or an 8.5-hour day with a 1-hour unpaid lunch break. Half-hour unpaid, 1-hour unpaid. So yeah, anything beyond that is considered overtime when you're talking about legalities and negotiations and stuff like that. Yeah. 38.5 or 40. 37.5. 37.5 or 40. Sometimes 38. I think they do 7.6 hours, don't they? I know our payroll for our core staff is 7.6 hours, so it works out to a 38-hour full-time week. That's where I was getting the 38 from. 7.6 hours a day, 5 days. But yeah, so yeah, it's not considered normal. I mean, though, when you're conversationally talking to somebody, you would say something like, I normally work, blah, 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 sure. But in terms of legally, from a payroll perspective, no. It's, normal hours is what's legally defined. I think this was Dustin. No, not quite. It's a bit of a change in scenery. Stupid hot day. Pool is warm. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry, Barry. I'll pass on that. I'm sure he reads chat while he's standing here anyway, so I'm sure he probably saw it. Oh, excuse me. Speak to fair work. If you're doing consistently more than 40 hours while salaried, then that is indeed illegal, unless it's specified in your contract and you have an increased salary due to it. There are like also some people, some workplaces have a toil system, time off in lieu, which means that instead you get paid your 40-hour week, but if you're working 43 or 44 each week, you accrue that in toil, time off in lieu, and then you can spend that like you would spend annual leave, but you don't eat into your annual leave balance. So yeah, it's not always illegal. It is very, for context here, I work in payroll. My day job is in payroll. So it's not always cut and dry, this is the rule, that's it. If you are concerned about your working situation and you live in Australia, then absolutely you should talk to Fair Work, and they can talk to you, they can ask the right questions and work through whether or not your working situation is good or not good. But just because you work 42 hours every week does not mean it's illegal. Like, that's not the case. Like, you need to... The other side of it is that some people choose to work extra hours. They choose to stay back to get stuff done. And that isn't... You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Don't work for free, guys. But occasionally, like, I've stayed back an hour or two to get something done so that I wouldn't... Like, so that the next week would just be, like, super fucking breezy for all involved or something. You know what I mean? Like, there are situations in which you can make a personal choice like that, and that's not on your employer. That's you making a personal decision to work extra hours. That is on you. If it is your employer saying, where are you going? It's 5:30. You shouldn't be leaving on time, then that's a concerning situation. But yeah, no, it is very, very dependent on a ton of different circumstances. If you are concerned, speak to the professionals, not to, not to me on fucking Twitch. If you have concerns about your work situation, speak to the relevant authorities in your country. For Australia, that is the Fair Work Ombudsman. They have a website. They've got a whole bunch of like quizzes where you can step through and answer questions to see whether or not you should be concerned. And then they have phone numbers you can call to actually talk to a human to sort out your situation and to see if there's action that needs to be taken by you, by your company, or by the ombudsman themselves. They can, they do have the power to do stuff. There's also things like mediation and stuff like that too. So yeah, it's not always legal, but check your own circumstances if you are concerned. Heck, you, the people in that pillar, that's it. If not being compensated, sure, even if your salary is higher than the award definition, employees exploit is the clause reasonable overtime. However, consistently working a 60-hour week is unreasonable, should either be denied or compensated additionally by either via time in lieu, or payment, But like I said, every situation is very, very different. Do not take advice from random folk on the internet. Your best bet is to speak to relevant authorities who are well versed in the law in your area, like Fair Work in Australia specifically. I don't know what the relevant authorities would be in other countries, but I'm sure that there are something along those lines that can be of use. Calling it toil just seems fitting. It's the abbreviation. Some people call it TIL, like time in lieu. But I've always used the abbreviation toil, like time off in lieu. But yeah, it just depends on it usually changes company to company. Working for the government in Australia, holy fuck. They are like, if you work like 3 minutes overtime, they make you log it as toil. And they make you take it off, like, within a couple weeks. Like, they make you leave early and stuff. Like, they're so on... And because they are heavily audited all the time. It's government. They're under a lot of scrutiny a lot of the time. And, yeah, so, like, government employees crack the whip with that, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. Wish more companies were stringent about it like that. We certainly are. The company I work for certainly is, where we're very, very much on top of that stuff. But unfortunately some aren't. So yeah, if you do have concerns about your personal working situation, Twitch chat is not the place to get advice, unless the advice is talk to qualified professionals. But yeah, hopefully that's food for thought, at least. Is there a union for Twitch streamers? Yes. And or do you think they should have one? There is one. It doesn't fit us very well, but there is one. Yes. In Australia, again, I should very specifically say, in Australia, there is a union that Twitch streamers can join. It's not super applicable to us. They provide a lot of services that don't quite work for us, because it's a broader union that covers a few different bubbles, and we are by far not the largest bubble out of the ones that they cover. So a lot of it is more designed for people in the industry in more permanent employment, not necessarily for independent contractors. However, we can still approach them and they will help us as best they can, as long as we're paying our dues, of course. Management various my experience when I was in a disability. Is that aimed at me, dude? I'm confused. I think it would be. They don't really cover streamers. No, it's GWU. GWU, although they have done some work with some other unions as well, like they've connected with a couple of others to like provide additional resources and stuff on like on an ad hoc basis. 3 minutes over stuff and taken it as 12. Maybe it depends heavily on the department or something. Any government employee I've spoken to across a variety of different sectors have told me about how, because I've done payroll for a fair while, and you know, we get onto the topic sometimes, and yeah, they talk about how it can be, like, it's really good that they're sort of, the flexibility is there and it's, you know, taken care of and stuff like that, but also that it can be quite pedantic when they've got their supervisor chasing them up because they've got 7 minutes of toil banked and they have to clock out and actually go home just so they can clear it in the system because it's been sitting there for 2 months. Interesting. I know that there are some, like, I know there are, like, I've worked with people who, with managers who have really, like, as soon as someone hits, like, 2 weeks worth of annual leave banked, they start gently suggesting to them every couple of weeks that, hey, have you thought about taking some time off and stuff like that, because they don't like having those high balances of annual leave in the system, and usually these end up being places where the turnover is quite high, and so the reason why they get on them is because they're afraid that they're going to have another person leave with really high balance and have to pay it out as a lump sum, and not all businesses are that liquid. They can't, like, it sometimes paying out a lump sum that large can really hurt a business, depending on how large or small the business may be, of course. A lot of smaller businesses tend to have more of their capital in assets rather than in a bank account. So if someone leaves and they need a $6,000 payout for their annual leave all at once, like, sometimes that's something that can actually, like, really damage the cash flow of a business. But it really just depends on, there's so many factors, Yeah, 2 weeks, seriously, yes. This is a small one, like, a 2 people own a small company with, like, 7 employees, not a chain or anything like that. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. So they had 2 full weeks banked. Do you know how much that is to pay out as a lump sum if somebody leaves? When you're a small company that's, like, the profit margins are not super large, that can literally break a company to have to pay out that amount of money at once. No. I'm talking experiences in payroll in general. That's why I said I've been with companies. I've never worked government, but I've been with companies who did that. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's can be a little bit tricky sometimes. Fun times. In total 4 weeks a year, generally you can accrue up to 8 of annual leave. Well, again, that depends on a company.
And born will feel the chill wind blow. The storm is coming. I am but the darkness before the storm.
There may be some entities that can enforce that, and then there are some where people are allowed to accrue more than that because, like, the person doesn't want to take leave and hasn't asked to take leave, and the company can't necessarily afford to force the person to take leave, and so they let them accrue more than that. And then there are some businesses that can't afford to pay out that much at once. Like, even if you're legally obliged to provide them with 4 weeks of annual leave a year, you can't pay that out as a lump sum as part of a termination payment. And so you want them to keep it under that, because otherwise your business is fucked. Having to take out loans to pay termination pays is not a place that any company wants to be in. But yeah, it's really interesting. Why you do? Right. This one can port. Hey, Briggsy. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Considered these things, yeah. Yeah, obviously, like, you know, places like franchises where most people have, you know, tend to have their first jobs, fast food and retail and stuff like that, where it's a chain, doesn't tend to have those kind of issues because it's this mass, like, huge conglomerate of what's it, so they can afford to shuffle around a bit. But when you've got like a one-off store that sells a product and not a service, when you're selling a service, you get, like, people pay for the service and then you give part of that money to the employee, so it's a little bit more liquid because you don't necessarily have to keep too much stock of stuff on hand. Like, I mean, you know, take like a massage place, for example. You do have to have stock of stuff. Like, you've got your assets, your not necessarily one-off purchases, but fairly infrequent purchases like towels and things like that. But then you do need to pay for oil on a regular basis and keep a stock of that. But there's not, like, you don't have to keep shelves full of shit. Like a chocolate shop, you don't have to keep, like, stock on hand. You know, oh, that shelf's empty, we must refill it, we have to have that stuff on hand. We need to outlay the money before we've actually made the money. So they tend to be a lot less liquid, less money in the bank account, because it's in boxes in the back room. But yeah, it is utterly fascinating, just the number of different types of businesses out there and just the different ways in which they do business, and how, I mean, assuming that they're all following the law, you know, follow the letter of the law, but at the same time, like, encouraging people to take leave. For some people, when you're approached and encouraged to take leave, it's seen as someone saying, hey, you've been working really hard lately. We feel like, you know, do you feel like you need a break? Are you getting to the point where you need to step away and just decompress a bit? That's seen as, you know, taking care of your employees. Whereas in another situation, it might be like, hey, you've accrued 80 hours of leave. We need you to take some time off because it's too much. Then that's seen as watching after it's the same end result. They're trying to get the employee to take leave, but one is seen as taking care and work-life balance, whereas the other seen as, like, penny pinching and keeping too close an eye on the accounts, you know? It's so interesting. I've worked in a few different, like, I haven't had, like, a ton of jobs, not a massive range of jobs, but I've had enough that I reckon I've seen a few different areas, and they've all been so different. It's kind of cool seeing how it all sort of, yeah. But hoping that's not, no worries, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have fun. Not all of them, that wouldn't be fun. I mean, it'd be a little bit ridiculously fun. It'd be great for one stream. Yeah, we don't want to pay you, please take a leave. Yeah, basically. Well, no, like, okay, so to be clear, annual leave is paid. Annual leave is accrued over time. The more hours you work, the more hours of annual leave you accrue. And then when you take that leave, it's paid. And with loading. So you get paid a small amount on top of your normal hourly rate to take the leave. And this is to encourage you to take the leave. I know that the thing is done. I'm just trying to get myself to Nalak. You can request for annual leave to be paid out as a sum. Like, if you don't want to take the hours, you can cash out banked leave, but you don't get the loading if you cash it out. If you get it paid as a termination payment, if you're leaving the company, you get it paid with the loading as well, because it's leave you never got to take, kind of thing. Zam, Norman, and Dux, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit, well done. But if you request, like, if you have a bunch banked and you have some financial difficulty, and you don't want to take the leave, but you do want the money, and you can have it as a lump sum on top. Or if you're looking to take a fancy holiday and you want to cash out some spending money, I would never advise it personally. But it is a thing that you can do. But you lose the loading. If you actually take the time off, you get to hold on, you get extra money, which I think is a cute little system personally. At least, again, that's how it's worked in the payroll systems I've worked with. Who knows if maybe it's completely and utterly different in a different industry or whatever, but the industries I've worked in, that's been the way that it works. And of course, I have only worked in Australia. Therefore, have only dealt with Australian payroll. But yeah, you learn a lot. Minimizing the impact of quitting or layoffs. Well, no, because you still get the loading if you quit. If you resign, you get your full annual leave payout plus the holiday leave loading that you would have gotten if you had taken it. It's only when you cash it out while you're still employed that it's to encourage. It's not minimizing the impact of quitting. It's to encourage you to take the leave rather than having it cashed out. Because employees that never take leave burn out. And that affects the company negatively in many ways. Riskin, hey, well done, Sarum, congratulations. Well done. Well done. Oh, I just realized I don't have the Lord Boss timer on. Oops. Where are we in the spawn window? Oh, I've still got a minute and a half before it starts. Sweet. It's too warm in here. Oof. It's better to have an employee have holidays than end up on workers' comp due to stress or injury. Yeah. I would agree. I agree. Burnout isn't good for anybody. Not the employee, not the company, not their family, not your other staff, because everyone has to kind of pick up what's going on. Burnout's just not good for anyone, so it is in a company's best interest to avoid having burnt out employees. Are you... I'm not sure what that word there means, Noada, the Trethning. I'm not sure what that word means. But this is DMC 5, but this isn't like knitting yarn. It's for cross stitch or other embroidery. But yeah, I'm just wrapping my bobbins at the moment because I had a ton of thread and ran out of storage, and then I was so kindly gifted a new storage case. So I'm getting my new thread into its new home, which is fantastic. But welcome on in, Noada. Hope you're doing well today. Hello, Swiveling. Just quit my job, but they won't let me use my holiday and want me to work my full month. Interesting. Yeah, that kind of thing. I don't think that's like necessarily illegal. In fact, it can really be detrimental to a company if you quit and then like you give your notice and then refuse to come into work kind of thing, because that means that they don't have time to get handover and stuff done, like for you to provide what you've been working on to someone who's going to be taking over your stuff. I believe that that's within their right to ask you to work the final month. And you're not just thinking about the company there, but thinking about the next human, like the next employee who's going to be taking over your work. If they get if they have no idea and get no instruction on how to keep it on going kind of thing, it's going to destroy them mentally, send them into a burnout. She's leveling her IRL tailoring. Ah, brilliant. Brilliant. Whatever it's called. Native speaker. Yeah, I don't think trethning is a word and not saying like, you know, that's fine. But yeah, I don't think trethning is a word in English. But what I would call it is just wrapping my bobbins. Like I have the, what's this one? 822. Are you? 22. So I have my bobbin. It's got a little sticker on it with the number labeling, and then I'm taking it from the skein and wrapping it around the bobbin so that it looks like this, all neat and pretty, so that I can put it in a container like this. This is one of 4. Well, okay, one of them is completely empty, and one of them I've just kind of started on, so it's like 2 and a bit more like, but yeah. Yeah. So welcome, you're very welcome. Tee-hee. Look, it's fine, it's fine. But yeah, that's all I'm doing, because, look, the spawns take a little while sometimes, and I figured I'd have an effective use of my time while I'm waiting for the dragon to pop up. Because I don't tend to get much spare time to do it otherwise. So work on it while I'm waiting for spawns. I've only got a couple more to do though, so I'm wondering what I'm gonna do. Getting my hands once.
am born. Blow. The storm is coming. I am but
It's up for a while that time.
darkness before the storm.
Not sure what I'm gonna do once I've run out of stuff to wrap, but I'll find something, I'm sure. So slightly off topic, would you recommend WoW for new players? Yes, I would. With the caveat that not every game is for everyone, but you're never gonna know if it's the game for you unless you try it. If it's something that you're curious about, something that has interested you, something you would like to try, then give it a crack. I'd never try to force people, be like, nah, like, you know, you'll be fine. Doesn't matter if you've never liked any game like this ever. Give it a try anyway. No, fuck that. Like, if you genuinely think it's not going to be the game for you, that's fine too. Totally okay. But if you're curious, give it a go. Recently, in the last couple of years, there have been a lot of, like, changes and updates to the game that have made it a lot easier for new players to get into it. Things like streamlining the leveling process. There are a lot more what we call catch-up mechanics, which means that if you have like, if you're playing, I play my mage, if I change to a rogue to like catch my rogue up to where my mage is at so I can do the same kind of content, or for new players who are joining in who haven't got what we would call a main, there are a lot of different ways to catch up and get to where everybody else is playing, kind of thing. So yeah, a lot of that has improved a fair bit in the last couple of years. It's a lot easier for new people to get into it than it has been in a very long time. So yeah, for sure. If you're interested, give it a crack. Are you going to organize by color gradient, or are they all just shoved in there? No, they're organized by number. I swear to God I've told you this before. Or maybe it was somebody else. But no, they are very specifically in there by number. Because when you've got a black and white printed, like when you have a cross stitch pattern, the squares of the stitches are not in color. Well, usually not. You can make them in color, but when you've got 7 different shades of pink, why would you want them in color? That's going to be especially if your printer is shit. You're never going to be able to tell the difference between all the different shades of pink. So they use symbols. And those symbols are next to shade numbers. So for this one, for example, it has white, 150, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 158, 159, 160, 161, 165, 166, 167, etc. You see? So they're in number order. So that when my pattern calls for number 3852, I can find it real easy. Yeah, that's why they're in the particular order they are. Yes. I thought that was a word, sounded so normal for me. I'm from Denmark. Here we call treth. Am I doing what we... Interesting. Yeah, no, definitely not. Sometimes language can like shuffle between languages, right? Certain words can like just... This one, not so much. This one, definitely not. None of that makes any sense to me as an English speaker. I'm not multilingual at all. I speak only English, and at times I speak it very badly. So yeah, it's but interesting. Yeah, definitely not a word in English. Unfortunately, to start from classic and work your way up. No, you don't. Leveling doesn't take long. No, it's super quick, isn't it? Tried super fast. I tried playing a few years ago, enjoyed the game, but found the community was rather toxic. It was hard to get dungeon runs with being abused. This is not me trying to invalidate your experience. Your experience is valid. You did experience what you experienced, and that does happen. However, it is in the rarity of cases. Most of the community isn't like that. The unfortunate fact is if you've got a group of 5 people and one of them is an arsehat, it tends to ruin the vibe of the whole group. Even if the other people were going to be wonderful in isolation, as soon as there's an arsehole who starts fucking around with shit, people seem to tend to like bite back. But that's humanity in general. That's and I mean, I'm not like trying to dismiss it. It's a shit behavior. But what I have seen out in the open is if there's one person who's having a really bad day and who bites at someone, as long as that person's not in their workplace currently, they will just reflexively bite back. Not saying it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. But they tend to. I've been in groups with people from the community and there's been a pug and the pug has said something shit and then a community member has bit back at them. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? That's not you. Oh yeah, but they talk shit. So? I do think that that's kind of human nature where one bad apple can spoil the bunch, right? I think that's roughly the saying. I don't tend to have bad dungeon experiences. And that's not like, I mean, yes, of course, there are times that I run with the community and stuff, and but even when I've run pugs and things, especially lately, especially in the last few years, I haven't really had any bad experiences. There'll be the occasional, like if I'm in an LFR and someone's, got it in their head that they're running the group, and just nobody's listening to them and they get really shitty and stuff. But beyond that, it's... Yeah. Luckily, you have found an amazing community. And you can level entirely free of dungeons if you so choose. And if you do want to do dungeons, there is a pretty good chance that there will be somebody in the community who can jump in with you and kind of do it as a group sort of thing. And that's kind of, I mean, it is an MMO, right? Massively multiplayer online. And though I do play most of the game as a single player game, because that's how, that's the kind of stuff I enjoy, transmog and mount hunting and all that kind of stuff. I do understand that having people to play the game with makes it better. And that's what this community is all about. It's about a group of people who are tired of the world's shit. not the community, not the WoW community or anything like that. But like just tired of the world's shit, and we want a space where we can just relax and chill. And so we do. We've got one, and it's us. But yeah, I do also like to remind people that like the player base as a whole isn't toxic. There are small pockets of it that very much are, but that can be said about any game, and you can avoid those pockets pretty easily, thankfully. There are, for every toxic community out there, there's 4 or 5 genuinely wholesome, beautiful communities who are there to support each other. It's just a matter of finding them and being active with them and connecting with them and doing runs with them. As things like, you know, the WoW Achievements Discord and Perky Pugs and the All the Things Discord, and like depending on what niche interests within the game that you have, there are so many communities out there that just want to help. Yeah, no, skip classic. It's only frustrating and time waste. Retail, you feel like going somewhere, not standing still. Well, it depends on what you enjoy playing though, Noata. I've got quite a few friends who prefer classic to modern. It's just because that's the kind of gameplay they like better. And that's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I do recommend that new players start with modern. Unless you are someone who played in like vanilla BC Wrath and haven't played since. The beauty of it is that you get both games in your one single monthly sub. So if you do get the monthly sub and you try modern and it's not for you, you can try classic. Or you can try classic if and that's not for you, then you can try modern. And if neither are for you, then you just cancel your sub, right? Like, that's fine. But you do have the option to play around with both and see what fits your playstyle best, which I think is fantastic. Sense never looked at Prestige pattern before. I have no idea whether they're doing things. Ah, well, there you go. There you go. Yep, there is a method to the madness. There always is with me, sheeps. There always is. It was occasionally did enjoy the game, so may try again. Brilliant. Sounds like a plan. In the older X-Packs I saw a bit toxic, like Loot Ninjas, AFK, and spammers, but Blizzard's cracked down on it a bit and you don't see it anywhere near as much now. Oh, good to hear! I'm glad to hear that. I so much love transmogging, that's why I have problems playing Invoker. I miss the transmog. Fair. I've heard that sentiment a bit. The loud minority outshine the quiet majority. They do. They do. Because they're yelling and stomping their feet and throwing tantrums. I like to play support healer roles in Mamorpaga. Brilliant. Brilliant. Well, there are always groups looking for healers. Always groups looking for healers. Especially for those faster queues. What I do recommend, especially if you're playing as a healer or a tank, obviously if you're playing as DPS as well, but especially for healing or tanking, if you're doing leveling dungeons, when you get in there, just dropping a quick line saying, hey guys, I'm new to the game, if you could let me know if there's anything important I should look out for, or if we could take it a little bit slower just while I get used to the dungeon, that'd be very much appreciated. And one of 2 things will happen. Or technically one of 3 things will happen. The first thing is that they kick you. And that's fine, because you wouldn't want to play with them anyway, because they're just going to be assholes. And the second thing is that they'll yell at you, and then they'll kick you. Which is okay, because you don't want to play with them anyway. The third thing that will happen is that they'll go, no worries, and they will tell you. They will give you the hints and tips, and they will, you know, let you know, hey, just let me know if your mana gets low so we can let you drink and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Like, it's, yeah. That's the best way to go about it. Just be upfront and honest. And go from there. I would recommend, if you're leveling with dungeons, to have them as a supplement. Like, go through and do your questing. Like, quest while you're waiting for a dungeon to pop. Because that way, if you do get kicked out of a group, or if you decide to leave because they're being assholes or whatever it happens to be, then it doesn't feel like you're wasting that time, because you've still gained a whole bunch of levels during that wait through your questing. The dungeon is just like a little way to break it up every so often kind of thing. Unless you have a group of 5 people that you're blasting through with. But in that case, they're not going to be toxic anyway, you'd hope. I've been playing WoW for years, and like you, I prefer to play on my own, although my granddaughter likes me to help her level up unless her friends are online. That's super sweet. I love that. That's beautiful. Yeah, it's look, it's not so much that I prefer to play alone, it's just that I'm the tasks that I enjoy completing happen to be best done by yourself. So like mount farming, there's not a whole super duper reason to do it in a group. There are certain ones that you need to do in a group. Like if there's stuff that you can't solo, obviously you do that in a group. If it's like something that drops from a dungeon, or if it's like it's a raid and you've got to do a bunch of raid achieves, then you're going to need people to help you with that and stuff. But then like transmog, if you're with somebody else, what are the chances that they get something that you both need, or you get something that you both need, and then it causes, you know, a bit of a kerfuffle? It's just not worth it. You're better off getting all the loot for yourself so that you don't miss anything. Unless you can't solo the content. But then I would recommend going back and finding content you can solo and just waiting an X pack or two until you can solo what you're trying to do. But yeah, it's a whole thing, hey. Telling you and you often makes things easier, like not chain pulling stuff and tank. Look, if you have mana, that's it. The tank might pull just a little bit slower and make sure that you have time to get your mana back. Because you're still learning how to keep them alive. For sure. Agreed, Ma. Agreed. Hello, Majesty. How are you today? Oh, shit. Trying to be all silly and cute and fucking luck. There we go. What do you reckon? I was going, like, I've been doing mount makeup again, but I didn't have the spoons today. I just didn't have the spoons today. So I grabbed out a one of my newest eye products, and quite like it. It is, isn't it gorgeous? Hang on, let me, like, it's just, I love the gradient of color it gives. It's just so beautiful. The camera will never do it justice. It never does anything like this justice, but it is super pretty. It's super pretty. You did real good with that one. Really, really well. Not gonna lie, like that. Ah! Majesty! Thank you so much for your Prime Gaming sub. 34 months. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie. The first time I swatched it like on my face, the first time I actually put it on my eyes, I was like, what is this website? And I Googled it and I'm like, do they have an affiliate program? But I feel like I'd need to try more of their stuff before I went down that path. But they do work with influencers and stuff. I'm probably too small for that, but look, it's pretty stuff. It's pretty stuff. I love playing Mistweaver, the ranged healing style. I love that fist weaving power that a healer can do questing and kill stuff. But I can't play as fist weaving healer. I can't focus both healing and doing DPS at the same time. People would die in my head. I mean, it's like anything, right? It just takes some practice. But if you're not comfortable, then that's, you know, that's okay. Super inconvenient. I didn't hear. Oh no! How did you get an ad after you subbed? Oh, did you sub and while the ad was going on? Because, yeah. Your birthday's coming. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is. I've actually, my throne, my wish list is on surprise mode. So, whenever a gift is purchased from my wish list, I can't see what it is. And when it arrives, Jas is taking the boxes, and I bought some wrapping paper today, and so he's gonna crack open the shipping boxes and wrap the stuff. And then I'm having a birthday stream, not on the 11th, on the 25th, because love is in the air is a thing. And so the 25th is gonna be my birthday stream anniversary marathon extravaganza, and I'm gonna unwrap a bunch of presents and stuff on stream. It's gonna be great. I'm very much looking forward to it. I can't wait. But I was saying, I was looking at the website going like, do they have an affiliate program? But they do work with influencers, but I think I'm a bit small for a company like that. But, you know, we'll see. Bugger. Usually if you've subbed, you can refresh to skip the rest of the ads, but doesn't always work. I feel Mistweaver and Disc is not for me. I can't handle it. Too old for that shit? Yeah. Yeah, no, I play a fire mage. I just set things on fire. That's it. I'm concentrating too much on chat. If I was tanking or healing, everyone would die. At least if I'm concentrating on chat when I'm DPSing, I'll just do trash DPS. Try be here. Awesome. It'll be like probably a 12-hour, like 10 a.m. till 10 p.m., something like that. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun. That sucked. What sucked? Oh, excuse me. How's the stream been going? Well, thank you, Grim. Undasta blessed us with a mount. So we're on to Nalak now. Odd killers of water. For God's sake, why did you carry home that much water? For God's sake. Thank you, but you're an umpty. Yeah, no, sure. At some point, brilliant. So much problem finding a main this time. 6 level 70s. Still don't feel like... Oh, far out. Well done, you, though. That's impressive. Can't exactly roll it home. No, but you didn't have to get that much of it. You don't have to get that fucking much of it. It was cheap, okay. Fair. Take only 2 days from C70 level wise. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad. I, just before Dragonflight launched, I finished my 60/60s challenge. And so I just don't want to level anything for a bit. I'm done with leveling. I don't want to level anything more. I've got, like, my mage, my main is at 70. I'm done for a bit. I have a lot of characters. 340, yeah, of course. Thinking about leveling up a horde character? Well, give it a crack. See what you think. No harm in it. Good fun. Don't know what server to go to. Well, server doesn't really matter so much anymore. Majority of stuff can be done cross server now. And what with most zones being cross realm, like cross server zones and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't really matter too much. There are very limited things that are server specific. If you play the auction house in particular markets, commodities are region wide. But certain things like transmog, like if you make your gold selling transmog, then picking the right server might be important. But that's and joining a guild. If you're looking to join a specific guild, then you should create a character on their server because that's kind of. But even mythic raiding can be done cross server already. Like cross, yeah, it's yeah. Servers don't really matter as much anymore. Oh, Jas, I'm so sorry. Hope you're okay. Honestly said I hate dragon riding. It comes to professions, only do money going. This dragon riding ruins it for me. Oh. Sorry to hear that. I'm not sure. I'm sure you already have seen it, but the knowledge stuff for mining and herbing that allows you to mine and herb from the back of your dragon, so you don't get dismounted, can really help. But yeah, it's I really enjoy dragon riding, so I'm probably the wrong person to talk to about it, unfortunately. What is the stream anniversary this year? 7. I will have been streaming for 7 years as of February 24th. How insane is that? Forgot you can even cross-faction. You can cross-faction, but because Grim was specifically talking about creating a horde character, I wasn't sure if that would factor into their decision or not. I was trying to find a good server that is on in the AM. I work nights. Well, I mean, if you're looking for a guild to raid with or something like that, there are a lot of like communities across server. Cade, Zam, Mac, and Dux, congratulations to all of you on your ownership. Well done. Otherwise, it might be worth looking for a guild that runs in a different time zone to you, because their nighttime raids might be morning for you. You know. Just have a shop around. There's a full, like, the whole guild recruitment forum on the official forums for WoW and stuff like that. Might be worth checking out, seeing if you can find people who raid at your time zone, like your shifted time zone. No, the professional point is you might have mounted. He's bigger too fast. Feel I have too much downtime. Well, I mean, that's something that can probably be practiced out, like. You don't have to take off every time you're looking for a new thing, sort of thing. I'm assuming you also have all the dragon glyphs so that your vigor regen is sped all the way up. I mean, I still run out of vigor occasionally as well, but not very often. Very often. It just takes practice, I think. New thing to get used to. You're very welcome, Grim. You're very welcome. What's for dinner? That is a very good question. I don't know. It's gonna come with bubble tea. I can tell you that much. We are in the spawn window. 80 dubs. Okay, 23. Shouldn't be notarized for it, you would be. Correct. Make a chicken curry here. Sounds delicious, Brig. Sounds delightful. What, I got plenty of it? Yeah. Indeed. We do. Nalak, Nalak. Where are you, Nalak? More importantly, where is your mount? That's 30. I'm actually so pleasantly surprised by the eyeshadow. Is so pretty. Like, the way you say that, Majesty, I'm thinking, oh, you know, this looks like crap. I'll send that to Theo. Like, it's gorgeous, though, genuinely. It's very, very pretty. Is embroidery taking off again? My granddaughter has been making bags and weird-looking cartoon characters with help from her grandma. I must admit, the bags look amazing. I don't know about taking off again, because I've been cross-stitching pretty consistently since I was, like, somewhere around 8 or 9 years old. My mum taught me how actually using, you know those things that you tended to see hung above like a baby's crib, where it'd have like their name and their birthday and then like some little fluffy animals or something. Well, my mum was working on one of those when she was pregnant with me, and she ended up not finishing it, and so she used that to teach me how to stitch. And so I ended up finishing my own baby name thing, which is, I think, is a really kind of cool story, right? And then I would get, like, she'd get me these, you know, like little kits that I just had a little tiny square of fabric like that, and you'd do like a little teddy bear or something like that. And then I started working my way up to bigger kits. But back then, a lot of the kits were very, and I say this with all the love in the world, very grandma, you know, very kind of like a smattering of color, and it was all kind of muted tones, and it was like a cottage or kittens or a vase of flowers, or like it was all very like all the same. And then as I got into like my preteens, like 11 or 12, we started seeing like pop kind of ones, like really bright, bold colors with sharp lines between shades, and like I had there were a series of DMC kits that had like girls, and one of them was like a fashion designer, and she was holding like a striped dress on a coat hanger, and another one was like a pop star, and she had like a microphone and all this, like, but they were all super bright colors and big colorful hair and all this kind of stuff. So and then once Etsy happened, because people for ages had been making their own patterns, right? But it was kind of difficult to, unless you were like a big name designer and managed to get a set of your designs into a store, it was difficult to really have that be a thing. And then as the internet really took off and as Etsy became a thing, people who maybe they'd only made 1 or 2 different designs, but they could set up an Etsy store and sell them for a few bucks to anyone who wanted them. And you could digitally download the pattern and print it yourself. So you didn't have to wait for shipping. There was no cost for shipping. You could just do it. And then you can see, like, you can type World of Warcraft cross stitch into Etsy. And there are just so many gorgeous designs that are WoW inspired. There's one that I saw that was like a stained glass, big stitch like this that was designed like stained glass, that told Arthas's story of like going, do you know what I mean? Like in snapshots through the glass kind of thing, which was really freaking cool. I just don't have so much time to stitch anymore. So I'm not sure that it's taking off again. I think it's always been there. But once the pandemic hit and everyone was trapped at home, a lot of people made sourdough, and some people took up crafts, and some of those people took up embroidery, and some of those people took up cross stitch. So it was kind of, and because cross stitch specifically adapts perfectly to pixel art. Perfectly, because each little cross makes a square, essentially. And so when you have a bunch of pixels that have been hand-stitched, it turns into handcrafted pixel art. So it lends itself very well to gaming. Things like Mario, the old school Mario sprites, things like Pokemon, the old school Pokemon sprites. Everything was done in 8-bit. And then 16-bit and 32-bit, but it was pixels, and so cross-stitch in particular lends itself beautifully to gaming. So I quite like that. Just a happenstance that two of my hobbies collided. But yeah, it's interesting, right? No, I didn't realize it would be that good. Bought one for my sister-in-law too. Different color. Oh, there was one that was like gold and bronze or something, right? Because this one's like blue and purple, aqua and purple. And there was like one that was golden kind of shades. That's cool. You're gonna have to pick them both up for yourself now, Majesty. Hello, watching. Doing very well. Mount Hunt's going wonderfully. Undasta blessed us with the Cobalt Primordial Direhorn. So now we're on to Nalak, which is very exciting. Forever loved cross stitch. Mother did a portrait of my late sister. It looks amazing. Oh, that's awesome, Brig. That's really awesome. Yeah, I've got an enormous project that I was working on. A lot of the new thread that I bought that I'm wrapping at the moment was for that project. Some bits weren't, but a lot of it was. But it's a big one. It's like, I don't even remember how many thousands. It's in the hundreds of thousands of stitches. So it's taking a while. I have too many hobbies. Like I knit, I crochet, I cross stitch, I game, but that's turning into like, this has turned into a job, obviously, but it's still like, even, you know, I would like to have spare time that I could spend gaming for myself, but I don't really have too much of that. So I don't have a whole lot of time for all the hobbies and things, which is one of the reasons I want to go full time. I do have a day job. I work 2 days a week. And then this is my night job. I stream, I content create, and I want this to be my full-time job. And that will help me get back a bit of time that I can spend, like, you know, doing things that I miss doing, and like, anyway. But we'll get there one day. We'll get there. Working our asses off. We're good, we're good. But yes. Hello, Seeker, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. You've had a lovely Monday. That is your username. Well done. Welcome in. A safe and productive day. Sure. From constitutions, like no one's watching chart like it may one day be read aloud in a deposition. Yep, that's it. Was it like? I remember one of the first times Mum came on stream. And you were she was talking to you, and you were talking about the whole nursing thing, and she's just like, yeah, that's amazing. I've got a stitch out on my lounge room shelving that says training Pokemon takes balls, and it's got all the different type of Pokeballs around it in a ring. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Missed it. It is a good mount on Monday, indeed. It is indeed. Undasta blessed us with a mount. Big one you were doing on stream. It was. I haven't touched it in a very long time. Do you still do pro? No, I don't have time. No time. I'm having a great day. Bike! Oh my god! Oh my god. The putty ones too. It's not my passion. I think it's one of the That's awesome, Majesty. Best of luck. Best of luck. Tried long stitch, managed to stab the needle into my big toe. Realized it's better to stick to making bread. How did you stick it into your big toe? I'm assuming you were cross-legged and you were leaning over with your stitch, yeah? Like kind of curled over or something? How did you... Far out. Train nurses, absolutely. And the world needs to pay those trained nurses better as well, but that's just my opinion. You got it? Brilliant. Amazing. I prefer, especially with something like long stitch, because the stitches are covering such a long, I tend to pull it quite tight. The thread, the tension, I tend to have it quite tight. So if I try to do like longer stitches, it bunches the fabric up in the middle. So I have to do it on a hoop with the fabric pulled really taut, so I can't do that. It certainly helps like keep a hand free though. Well, not really keep it free, but just makes it kind of easier to maneuver, I reckon. My dragon getting stuck in the takeoff animation, tiny strokes again. Oh no. Oh no. No, this is immediate family, mature respect, more pay defs. Yep, absolutely. Crochet hook when she was a little impaled her foot. Crochet hooks are blunt! Jesus Christ! How is it sticking straight upright? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Shouldn't poke the jet. I think the worst I've done with a crafting implement was like, because cross-stitch needles are blunt. Because you use Aida cloth, which has essentially holes in it, the weave is spaced in a way that there are gaps between the threads, so it makes holes, which you poke the needle through. So it doesn't have to be a sharp needle, because it doesn't need to puncture anything. So it's mostly, it's blunt. So I have poked myself with it, but it's never broken skin, because it can't unless you use like massive amounts of force. What I have done is get it up under the nail, when my nails were not quite this long. And I'd be holding it like this. So I'd be holding it like that, and I'd poke the needle through the fabric and then go up underneath the index fingernail. Yep. That sucks. Star picket. Guys, I've opened a safety knife and you think that's bad. I don't understand why they keep giving you knives at work.
I am born. Can you feel a chill wind blow? The storm. I am but the darkness before the storm.
Let's get this somewhere. I tried needle punch art last year. It's gonna laugh, my love. But the back was a mess. My mum jokes that the back of my cross stitch is as neat as her front. Because I'm just so pedantic about getting everything laying nice and neatly and flat. Because if there's big bunches and stuff on the back of it and you try to put it in a frame, it creates lumps in there and it doesn't sit right. So I'm really kind of, yeah, so she jokes that the back of my work looks as neat as the front of her work. Yeah, that's it. It's a big old note. The drop, guess I have to leave now. That's okay, Yori, because I got Undasta's mount earlier today. So I've already had a drop. I feel like I'm greedy asking for another one, but I can't just really end. It was the second attempt today too. So I feel like I can't really just like end the stream. Happy New Year, yes. British is less inaccurate. Bumpy, I do the same. Yeah. Gotta stop assuming that people give me knives. I swear. Magnetic. What's magnetic? Oh, the knife. Yep. His grandma partner set of new knives that she'd been wanting. She sliced her finger at an angle straight to the... Oh, yep. Yep. That'll happen. Youch. Well, I hope she was okay. I hope that she was able to, like, get treatment. Hello, Snow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Stuck. Staying love. Of course, Majesty. Best of luck. Hope you have a wonderful evening. How the heck are you supposed to tag the icon when it's too far away? By the time it gets in range, it's as dead as the other players do so much DPS. So, firstly, ranged abilities. Every single class has ranged abilities. Like, whether even if it's like Rogue's pistol shot, just throwing something a distance, every single class has a ranged attack. Secondly, Nalak's hitbox is fucking massive. Fucking massive. As soon as it's aggroed and it dips half a centimeter, all of your melee abilities can hit it. Just mash them. Don't try to do things properly in a rotation. Just hit everything. You absolutely tag it. I've not missed a single tag. and I've gone through, fuck. I was on 22, so I've gone through 9 classes out of 13. And I've not missed a single tag. Getting danger pay. Isn't got any man today? Yes, Undasta! Undasta blessed us with the Cobalt Primordial Direhorn. Dinner night tea, yeah, no. Just Vanessa refuses to cut onions. I mean, same. Like, I would too. Fair. Show me to 70. Hey, fantastic! If Evokers can't reach, betcha they can. Betcha they can. The hitbox is enormous. Enormous. It's not just the circle on the ground. Like, the hitbox from underneath is enormous. Onto his throwing glaive. Yep. You've just got to target it fast enough. As soon as you hear that voice line start, hit tab to tab target, and then mash your buttons. You'll get it. It's like, you just have to actually be proactive about it. You can't sit back and chill. You've got to be like on that shit. Yeah, live rains of nothing at 70. You know, either quest or dungeon to bump it up. Yes. That's huge. Grats. Thank you, Snow. Thank you. I mean, I know they've increased the drop rate, like greatly increased the drop rate, but it still feels nice to cross it off the list, you know? I don't have to do it ever again. It's good. Spawn evokers. It's ranged, right? 5 yards, tried solo, didn't reach. You can, again, the hitbox is enormous. Like, even if you're not using ranged, some like melee AoE abilities and stuff will hit. What's the last one I was on? Was it a warrior? It might have been the warrior. I'm pretty sure that, like, not even half a second after Nalak was pulled and my whirlwind was hitting it. And that's meant to be melee, so... the breaths can hit 30 yards away, try that. Does anyone here watch Bluey's? Because super into giving smoochy kisses right now. It's a bit... Oh, no. I've never seen Bluey, no. I feel like I'm not quite the target audience. I think that coffee for fear has worked. It did. 2 attempts. It was brilliant. If I missed Pandora ones for quite some time when I played but never got him. Yeah, they were 1 in 2000. Wowhead reset the data on the drop. Like, on, you know how Wowhead has that little kind of like this many drops out of this many attempts kind of thing that people have submitted using the Wowhead client? It looks like it's about somewhere between a 0.5 and a 1% drop chance now, which means it's like somewhere between 1 in 100 and 1 in 200 instead of 1 in 2000. So it has been greatly increased, at least 10-fold, possibly 20-fold. But yeah, it's good fun. For a dollar's bunch of people I know that have seen it think it's hilarious. Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. It follows the whole, you know, tradition of putting in funny things for the parents who are having to watch it and having to suffer through it for the children, or whatever. But it's still not. I'm still not the target audience, and no one in my life is the target audience either. Like, I don't have children. I don't have friends who are close by who have children. It's just not a thing. And I'm not going to go out of my way to watch a kids show. I just. Yeah, nah. Main target audience is under 10s. Indeed, indeed. I tried convincing Fear before, but alas, it didn't work. Yeah, I just don't care. Nah. I'm glad you enjoy it. You know, because you kind of have to suffer through it for the children, so I'm glad that they put stuff in there that you enjoy, but I'm not interested. Thanks, but no thanks. If you before raid sounds good. Oh, I haven't got my... Well, boss timer's up, so I don't know how long it is till spawn. Always try the high seas, yeah. Huh? Have I missed it? What? Am I on a different server? Well, Boss Timers is telling me that it's like... I've missed it. That's not right. It's telling me that I literally just missed it. But there'd be a corpse if it had just died and these people wouldn't still be here. It's fine. What am I torrenting? Firstly, I don't tend to do shit that could technically be considered illegal. So I don't pirate, but what am I torrenting and why? I don't understand the joke, dude. To movies. No. Oh, I was talking about the tradition of children's films having a couple of like wink wink nudge nudge jokes in them for adults. And that being like a tradition to like keep the parents at least somewhat engaged when they have to take their children to something they're thinking is going to be shit, kind of thing. In reference to Bluey being hilarious and that adults also enjoy it. It's like, I'm sure they do, and that's great because obviously they've put things in there for the adults who are supervising the kids. So they're not bored out of their minds and stuff. But at the same time, I still don't care, and I'm still not going to watch Bluey because I'm not interested. Yeah. I don't like not knowing how long we're, like, where we are in the spawn window. It's weird that I'm somehow on a different shard on this tune. Also running out of thread to wrap. Something's happening in chat. It's a raid! And a free-for-all, both things. Jesus. I can join a free-for-all. Hey, yeah. Excuse me. Jan Weston. How far away is Nalak? Hello, Vita. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. about you? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all, thank you. Glad to hear you're well. I had Messina a few weeks ago. I'm guessing this is the first time you've had Messina. That actually was worth it. Shockingly. The hype is real. Yeah, it's a thing. In Canberra for a while, yeah. They're like they're basic flavors. I mean, like chocolate and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, it's pretty damn tasty. But the complicated, weird flavors is where it's at, for sure. Because they really they let them shine. The loose bars that were okay. Yeah, their fresh stuff from the store is definitely miles better than the prepackaged, mass-produced stuff. Oh look, I won. Oh.
The storm is coming. I am but the darkness before the storm.
No mount. It's fucking outstanding, yeah. Double rigged, I know, right? Yeah. It's the names of some of the flavors, especially their special flavors, are interesting. Zam, Silver, and Ducks, congratulations to you all on your bonus ship. Well done. Bus defeated. What were the flavors in it, Seiko? Do you remember? Like what they made it out of? I got, when I was at Messina, you got gelato. Willing to bet? So white chocolate, waffle cone, cinnamon caramel. Sounds good to me. Insanely good, yeah. Their shit is good. Like it's really good. I tend to go for their specials over their standard flavors. I mean, I'm glad they have the standard flavors to cater to people who, you know, have feelings about complicated flavors. That's great. But nah, stuff as much shit as you can into that cup. Like, do the thing. I'm all about those limited edition, like, batches that they make. Anything apple pie, though, is just gonna have me drooling. Graham cracker and cinnamon and fresh apple compote and all that. Like, oh, yes please. And the caramel. Their caramel is just amazing. No matter what they put it in, it's so good. It's so good. Messina is like, it's expensive as fuck. Do not get me wrong. Messina is incredibly expensive for what it is, a cup of gelato. But it's like comparing a Wagyu burger at a steakhouse to a Hungry Jack's or a McDonald's. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're paying more because the quality of the ingredients is higher. The R&D into the flavor combinations and how to get the balance just right is more intense. Like, there's all that kind of stuff that goes into it, and it just makes a phenomenal product at the end. Far superior product at the end. It's worth it for like special occasions and shit. 100%. I didn't think it was gonna be worth it, but it really was. Hello, Sal, welcome back. Maybe Conception was limited edition. Yeah, I also got a peanut butter caramel one. Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Couldn't taste the peanut butter. Ah, interesting. Interesting, hard to compare. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Saw a Wagyu mince burger somewhere recently. Oh my god, it would have been amazing. Agreed. Agreed. Birthday, fantastic. Wonderful. Yeah, usually they have like, there's a menu that's printed and then there's one that's like written on chalkboard. And that's your batch kind of limited edition. These are the ones that they maintain. They kind of mostly always have those available. And then there's a couple that they kind of experiment with And if there's experimental ones that just sell like hotcakes and goes off, then they'll introduce it into their standard stuff. But they'll also do seasonal things in the limited edition ones as well. Like if there's a particular, because they don't use like, because they use mostly stuff like fresh fruit, and that kind of thing. If there's something that's only in season for a while, they're not going to make that part of their standard regular go, because it's just not going to be that good all year round. So they'll make it while that's fresh, and while they can get their hands on that particular ingredient to their quality standard. But yeah, they're oh yeah. Yeah. Something special. It was a chalkboard one, and they sold out a Christmas pud, which had 4 pillars Christmas in it. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. It'll be one of those ones that sells out every year. Where I used to work in Sydney had a Messina. Had one of the first Messinas in the country, I believe. And they had a lineup outside before they opened on some days, when they were like, you could tell when they were releasing new flavors because they'd announced it on their socials, and they'd have a lineup before the place opened for those special limited flavors. Good shit. And Christmas pudding would have been an amazing one, but yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I played kids food, jumped in trim, desk a few times. Ah, sounds good, Sal. Sounds like a wonderful plan. Estes. What I really should do is go through and get all my tunes the Angler's Water Strider stuff, so they all have water walking. Oh, petting zoo. Like you go and you pet the creatures. Yeah, that's cool. Appropriate for a 4-year-old, of course. Sounds like a Saturday. Oh dear. Funniest shit alive. I mean, I don't blame him. Pretty hilarious. It's right there, yeah. Yeah. Oh dear. So mate, you're tracking down tonight. Well, we were on Undasta, but Undasta dropped his mount, so now we're on Nalark for the Thundering Cobalt Cloud Serpent. We're doing well. Doing well. Woo indeed. Woo indeed. sure. You're done with that one. Another one off the list. It's a pretty good feeling. Not gonna lie. Ready, don't throne on that character. Done throne. Huh? No? What do you mean, Sal? Sorry? Sean, are you looking for your koala coins? It's coins with a K. K-O-I-N-S. Yep, thank you, Seeker. Mount. Oh, I've got all the throne mounts. I focus on one mount at a time and then just throw all my characters at it. Yeah. That was years ago. Years and years and years and years and years ago. I got those ones. Many moons. But yeah, I'm kind of working my way down my rarity list now. I used to use Data for Azeroth for it. I still use Data for Azeroth for a lot of stuff. But I'm just, now that the drop chances of the mock world bosses have been adjusted, I want to get them done, get them crossed off. So I've done Shah now, I've done Undastus, now I'm on Nalak, and next one will be Galleon. Just work my way down, get them all done. Good fun. See you, gal. Oh, look, maybe. Depends how long it takes us to get in a lock. Might take a while. Hey, Rain. Welcome back. Getting in the raid, absolutely, hey. During your stream, wonderful. Glad to hear it, Rain. Wonderful news. Well done, Seeker, Dupe, and Zam with your singular coin. Well done. Due for a big lot. Oh no. After getting a few in a row? Nah, I reckon you're fine. You're fine. This time. Oh, goodness. mug. It's a shared appearance, you bastards. Okay. Oh dear. Next one. I think there's a mount. No. No. That's okay. Should have been the clip dinner. Oh no. Oh no. Sure. Yeah. Okay. This one. Okay. Swear. Brilliant. Wonderful. I do have a couple hydrates. Oh boy. Standard mobile lag. Oof. Just your connection in general. That kind of sucks. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I think it might be where you are, like the connection where you are, rather than like your home, the connection you experience at home, rather than it being a problem with the app. It's a problem with your current connection. Does that make sense? Because I mean, I'm sure a bunch of us have probably used our apps on our phones using our home internet connection, and it's mostly fine. Like, small screen, but fine. But using it on like a mobile connection, or potentially even somebody else's Wi-Fi who isn't a gamer, may not be the optimum viewing experience, but that's okay. As long as it does the job for you, you know? Oh, interesting. Well, that's kind of weird. Okay. Not an issue. Good. I'm glad it works for you. That's the important bit, right? It's gotta work. At least somewhat. As a buffer to ensure continued connectivity. Well, closing out and reopening it will reset that buffer every so often. And if you stagger it, do it on one, then do it on the other. You won't miss anything. Maybe, hopefully. Do-do, do-do-do, do-do. Still got just under 2 minutes until the spawn window opens. Brilliant, Sal. Best of luck on the drop. What is this one? 758. Oh, thank you. Action. Interesting. We are in the spawn window. Let's go. I mean, look, maybe. Maybe. That'd be pretty awesome. Nice. Look, we try to be. We try to be. As long as people are friendly and nice to us, we are friendly and nice back. It's good fun. Guys, I got the cutest wrapping paper today. I was so happy. I checked out a couple places and I was like, nah. This is all like, you know when you get like an individual folded sheet of wrapping paper that's intended for like one gift and it's like $3 and you're like, motherfucker. I wanted like rolls of wrapping paper that weren't Christmas themed. It was surprisingly difficult to find. But I found them at Daiso. And I've got one that's got like unicorns and rainbows all over it. And then I've got one that's like a geometric design in pinks and purples and blues. And then I've got one that's like brown with a whole bunch of like colored triangles that says happy birthday, but I'm like, I mean, it is for birthday presents, so that's fine. Like 7 meters of wrapping paper, 3 different rolls. They're so cute. I can't wait to destroy them. I want to be unfriendly and a bastard, but I cannot. Oh, I reckon you can. It just takes the right person saying the wrong shit. I know, right, Aaron? Like, what the fuck, right? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Rashy all day. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Where are you coming from? Okay, I see. Yeah, the pale people problems. It's a thing, Suga. It's a thing. True designer finalized the sketches for the house. That is so exciting. Oh my god. Dobbins, do you have left to do now? Well, if you include this one. You've been good? I have been good. Getting along, you know? As you do. Oh, yeah. Sunscreen doesn't work on me. It makes it burn worse. Chose being Irish and Scottish heritage. Interesting. I wonder if, because, I mean, being... I too have Irish heritage. And yeah, English Irish for me. Some sunscreen types definitely work better than others. Like, there are some kinds that, like, take the edge off, but then there are others that, like, actually prevent me from burning. Like, there's chemical, there's physical, and then there's different types of chemical and different types of physical. Like, there's just so many different ones out there. Which is great, because some people are allergic to some of them as well, which is not great. So at least that means that there's possibly an option out there for them. Zinc works though. Perfection. Zinc is fun to draw on people with too. Like the colored zinc, you can, yep. At the very beginning, I'm gonna believe in luck myself. Lots of people react to sunscreen. Zinc or physical non-chemical sunscreens are a great option. Yeah. Yeah, just do your research in what you are using, especially if you're in Australia. I mean, anywhere really, but especially if you're in Australia. Double especially if you're in fucking Queensland. Because some sunscreens, I can't remember which ones. It's either physical or chemical, and there's a particular, I think it's like, there's like a benzo, I can't remember exactly, but there is a particular type of sunscreen, please do research, that when it washes off, because it does wash off, like it doesn't stay on your skin permanently, that's why you have to reapply so many times, god damn it. But when it washes off in the ocean, it forms a layer on top of the water, which prevents the sun from being able to penetrate, like the UV, to penetrate the water, which for some ocean life is required, like corals. Sunscreen, a certain type of sunscreen contributes towards coral bleaching, which of course is what's killing, one of the things that's killing the Great Barrier Reef. So just, there are some places in the world that have banned the sale of sunscreens that contain certain compounds because of the damage they do to the marine life and stuff. But just keep an eye on what you're using. If you can. If you're one of the people who does have an option to choose between because you don't have a reaction to anything and most things work pretty well for you, then just have a look into what you're using. Because we only get one environment. We should probably treat it well. Yeah. Oh, so sure, the kitchen is gonna be amazing. I can imagine. It's gonna be so good. I get burnt, just go attack an aloe plant and slap that on me. Yeah. When I get burnt really badly. Like blisters everywhere and all that kind of stuff. Like it's just not, it's not good. It's not good. So I do my best to use plenty of sunscreen. And for those of you who care about skincare, sunscreen also, like just like low-level sunscreen or high-level, depending on where you're living, every day, just it helps like prevent your skin from aging as quickly, because sun damage is a thing. Like even if you're not sunburnt, even if you're not getting skin cancer, sun damage is still icky. Sarah, Rhett, Mac, and Neke, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. But yeah, if you are wearing sunscreen, make sure you wash it off at the end of the day. Keep your skin happy and healthy. And wash it off at the end of the day. Sweet! Lobster overcooked, burnt, yeah. And like the whole can't move, sort of like any type of movement will just cause excruciating pain. My body will just crack and split and be horrid. Yeah, let's go see. It washes off. It does. Soap and water. We need soap and water. Especially if you wear, like, because you're putting it on your face and stuff as well, and your face skin is more sensitive to shit than your body skin is. Make sure you use like a cleanser and wash it off. If I don't wash sunscreen off my face, I'm pretty much guaranteeing that I'll get breakouts the next day. It's gross. Gross. Billionaire fossil, that's it. That's it. Just dry and pain and yeah, it's great. If I could spell correctly, that would be nice. Wait, what do you mean? Oh my god, do I not have the portal on this tune? I don't have the explored parts, but maybe I still have the... Does the portal automatically open these days? No! Ugh, gross. Gross. Ugh. Short AF process, press go find a place. Ah, where is it? Where the fuck am I? This way. Ah, okay, cool. Partners can be so great for opening up to new products. Wish my SO would listen to my advice. Yep. Agreed. Agreed. Give me a sec.
Our people will persevere.
Storm gathers.
Stay strong.
Accept. I'm ready to go.
For Silvermoon.
Perfect. This best be a
And
short
all
flight.
legends tale of
We'll see how we go.
the Thunder.
Thank you, Sheebs.
He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire.
600 years of trial and error
over
combination
12,000
skin.
years
Finally
ago.
found a facial wash. Works great for me.
He
Thank you, wife.
united
That's
the
it.
Mogu,
That's it.
defeated the other Pandaren
There are
races,
so many products
and
out
founded
there.
a glorious
Some of
nation
them
with the slave labor
are
of
cheap
those
because
he
they're shit.
conquered.
Some of them
The Thunder
are
King built a
overpriced and
palatial
still
fortress
trash.
on the borders of his empire. We should see
It can be
soon.
such an expensive journey trying to find something that works for you, and especially for men. Like, my lord, like, as a woman, we get advertised all the shit too, right? Everything. It's just like, here, try this cream, try this potion, try this lotion, try this everything. And when you, like, men, it's like, here is a 27-in-1 item. No. No. You don't need to have expensive as fuck stuff. Sometimes the people have very specific problems, like very specific issues that they're not happy about, that are solved by very expensive products, and that's fine. That's, you know, it is what it is.
Anariash.
Aethys, leave us for a moment.
But for
Hero,
most
you have served
people,
the Horde nobly across many campaigns. I feel I can take you into confidence.
you doesn't have to be expensive, it just has to be something that suits
Our war chief's
your
campaign
skin
across
type.
Kalimdor and Pandaria is
That's
pulling the
okay.
Horde apart at the seams. We're here to fight the Thunder King. Justice demands it, but Hellscream is too preoccupied at domination. But in defeating him, we must seek out the source of his great power. We
Korean
must
brand
claim
thing
it
she
for
found, yeah.
ourselves as leverage against our war chief.
Korean products
In
and
the event of an uprising, we must
Japanese
be
products and
prepared.
stuff like that are really bloody good for, like, not a whole lot of price as well,
Heads up!
which is really lovely. I've been getting a lot of my stuff from YesStyle these days just because the K-Beauty works.
My blade again. Against
Ooh,
Alliance
food.
or Mogu does not matter to me.
That smells good. That smells amazing.
Enough talk.
Um,
You know how precarious our position is. Between the Alliance and the Thunder King, only with the
Thank
help
you.
of
Oh my
heroes
god, that
like
looks
you,
amazing too.
we hope to succeed here.
It smells so good. I have to get to Nalak, but like, oh my god, I want to eat.
Nara Lore, hero. Good luck.
Since before Squid One, amazing! Juicy shower gel, themed from Men in Tights, please. It's marketing for whether no women will buy 27 different products, while men will buy one. Yeah, but I mean, that's also why a lot of men's skin is just shit. But then, men's value and worth is not really determined by the quality of their skin either. So, you know, society's fucked up on a lot of levels there. Welcome on in, Death. Hope you're doing well. Because, like, sometimes men just get forgotten about when it comes to self-care, but then sometimes we're happy enough with a waterfall and a bar of soap. I honestly, yeah, I reckon, like, the number of men that I've been doing a face mask, and I'm like, hey, do you want to join in? And they're like, what is this goop? And then they try it, and they're like, actually, that was really nice. Why do you guys get to have all this shit? And I was like, well, just because it's got strawberries on the packet doesn't mean you can't use it. Like, go nuts. Like, enjoy yourself. And swipped out a 3-in-1 Dettol body wash thing. Got nagged to death for using it. Yeah. Yeah. Good lord. Good lord. Just saying, with your birthday gifts, if someone buys you something, does it get taken off the list, or can you get more of one item? So some of the items are like a one-off, because it's like, yeah, look, I want to try that. And then some of the items, I've set it so that there's a couple there. So if, like, for example, if there's 3 and one person buys one, then there'll be 2 left. But if there's only 1 left, then someone buys it, it'll get taken off. Does that I hope that makes sense. But there aren't many like double ups on that list. I think most of them are just one-off, so if they're purchased, it'll get taken off the list. Most of them, yeah. 99.9% of germs were dead on my body after the shower. 99.9% of your skin cells also. Oh no, that it dried the hell out of your skin. That's it. That's it. Gets taken off. Yeah, some of them, like, I think a couple of the Pocky flavors, I had a couple of boxes on there because I'm like, I like them, like, a lot. And one pack of Pocky is never enough. A Korean March off my luggage is going to be filled with her skincare thingies? Correct. Correct. Pack light. Take a big bag and pack light. Snowman ship will tell you put you to shore. Oh, okay, cool. Noted. Noted. Orange man. What's for dinner? Fish. Fish and mash and salad. So, I do need to wait for the bubble tea though. We have... Da-da-da-da. Yes. And that is actually that bright and orange. I think it's pumpkin. I will let you know when I try some, but I can't yet because I have to wait for the drink. It's okay. It doesn't matter. You can go get. There's one particular brand that does like single serving sachets of face masks, and I don't know how to pronounce it. It's French, but it's like Montague Janus or something like that. But it's like every single one of the packets is of a woman wearing the face mask going, with like cucumbers on her eyes and like shit around her face, like, and then like, or strawberries on it, depending on what's in the mask. They all look ridiculous and they're all super bright, colorful packaging and funky shapes and stuff. But basically you get a single sachet, they're only a couple bucks, cut the top off, squeeze it out, pop it on, and then leave it for however long it says on the back of the pack. Some of them are heating masks. So you put it on and you leave it for a bit and then you wet your hands and you rub it. And as you rub the water into it, there's a thermal reaction that like warms the mask and like helps relax all those little facial muscles, and oh, it's delightful. But yeah, those are really great ones if you're like wanting to try a face mask but you don't want to commit to like a whole ass jar. Getting like a single use sachet is a baller idea. Amazing idea. I tell a lie, I do have a face scrub thing. There you go, dude. Well done. Go you. How well face masks work with beards. It'll depend on the face mask. Some of them might be a little difficult to rub out of, like to wash out of the beard. I'd probably go for a moisturizing one. Mud masks are thick and kind of goopy and it'll probably get like stuck in there and you'll think you've washed it off and then like 2 hours later there'll be like a dry, weird bit of what you realize is mud. Whereas moisturizing face masks, if you don't wash it all completely out, it's essentially just a really thick face cream anyway, so you can just kind of rub it in and you'll be fine. Plus, if you get like flakies or like dry, itchy skin under your beard at any point, moisturizing ones are phenomenal. You just kind of get them all in there, like pack it on and just kind of mush it down to skin level. Don't ya?
Yep.
Woo! Oh fuck, one of those eggs. I have all of that stuff. Hello Killy, welcome on in, hope you're doing well. Oh, excuse me, it looks yum as hell. It is going to be yum as hell. Only my main has the entire base set up on the isle. It definitely went a long time through the shore. Well, I saw the clickable orb on the shore that would send you back to the ship. I just didn't realize there was one that sends you in the other direction, so thank you for that. That facial expression. It's right though, that's exactly it. Killed it too fast? How did I kill it too fast? I was sitting there mashing a button. Like, I was literally just throwing like shuriken. Like, no. Gotta pay attention. We hear the thing and you immediately get on it. You can't really AFK this stuff. As soon as you hear that sound, you've got to jump on it. That was one of the longest kills out of all the tunes. Just eating. Alright, gotta keep a hand free. Gotta keep a hand free. Hit tab, get the tab target happening, and then mash the key. Sound turned off to hear you. That's a problem. You can't really farm these without having sound on. You need a... You can turn the sound in game down, but by the time you hear it through stream, it's too late. There's like an 8 to 15 second delay. Way too long. Way too long. Especially if I'm, like, if I could just hit it once, but then other people are there anyway. So they're gonna hit it before you get a chance to anyway. It's not just me. Hello, Octopus! Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I love your username. That's phenomenal. Had a great day. Absolutely. Hope you have. Sorry. It's fine. You don't need to apologize. Just letting you know that this is kind of... Yes. Welcome to mount farming. Especially these bosses, you need a, yeah, it's destination unreachable. People seem to like it for good reason. For good reason. Mounts indeed. Mounts indeed. Fuck, these things are weird. I'll need a rinse. Bubble tea! Please you pronounce my name correctly, not everyone does. Some people just call me wrong to get around it. Really? Oh my goodness. Okay, that's really funny. But like it's literally octopus with an R on the front. I guess when people see like the K in there, it throws their brain or something. That's super interesting. Where's my phone? Sit there. Right, so what is this? Hey, this is pumpkin. I think it's pumpkin. Yeah, it's pumpkin. Oh, delicious. My first thought was rocket pus. Oh no! Sheebs! Oh no. Oh no. You know, my immediately I got Rocktopus. For sure.
Glory to the Sindorai, Anaria Shola. Pandaran legends tell of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the founder of the Mogul Empire over 12,000 years ago.
Chair is the most supportive member of the
He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaran races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave labor of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire. We should see it soon.
They did this. Jimmy calls me Rocket. She's nice to me. Oh dear. That's alright. I place pretty high value on pronouncing people's names correctly. To me, and like no shade on anyone else, but for me, it's a sign of respect. It's like, you know, that colleague who never quite calls you the right name, or, you know, that it's just so disrespectful to me. So, like, for me, trying to get people's names right is just, it's a sign of respect, and I like, you know, it's a whole mutual respect thing. If I'm gonna, you know, expect people to be polite and stuff to me on the interwebs, then I'm gonna be polite to them. If they're rude to me, then I'm going to ban them. Everyone's values are different, and
Made many sacrifices.
everyone's
Aethys
like, some people won't care too much about it either, and that's okay as well. But for me, I do my best
served the
to.
Horde nobly across many
And often I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I think it's this, but please correct me if I'm wrong. And then they do sometimes, and I go brilliant and try to remember because my memory is also
Our war chief's
utterly
campaign
terrible.
across Kalimdor and
But yeah,
Pandora
it's
is
great
pulling
fun.
the Horde apart at the seams.
Very fun.
We're here to fight the Thunder King. Justice demands it, and Hellscream is too preoccupied at Domination Point to pay attention here.
People are being nice are usually not worth watching. I'm agreed.
But in defeating him,
What exactly
we must
do the
seek
Ember
out
things
source
do?
of his great power. We must claim it for ourselves.
Oh, the channel points?
Leverage against
You can click it and it tells you what they do.
In the event of an uprising, we must be prepared.
Channel points, yeah. It's hey, Ron. But like,
Heads up!
I don't understand. Like, that's not.
Ha!
Like,
Will feel
Aaron is
good
such a.
steady my blade again. Against
Not
the
only a
lions on
common
Mordor
name,
does
but,
not matter
like,
to me.
It's been a name for like
Enough talk.
decades, if not centuries. People are just assholes,
Bring
basically.
the Alliance and the Thunder King, only with the help of heroes
But
like
never house it. Yeah! I can do things like pretty mean right now. Yes!
Anarala Belore
And
hero.
Purple Fire shows what is available. Yes. Never heard that one out. Yeah. Yeah, work. Name wrong. I just tell him to call me Sam. Yeah, that makes me kind of sad sometimes when people feel like to accommodate others, they just have to like make their name easier or whatever. But also some people prefer the shorter nickname. They just like the sound of it better or whatever, and that's okay too. But yeah, it's names are really important. It's how we, you know, identify ourselves in this enormous world. And it's important to get that right sometimes. I'm in a subreddit called Name Nerd Circle Jerk, where people basically post terrible, horrible, stupid baby names that they find around the internet, and good lord, it's great. It's also horrible, but it's great. These poor children. Yeah. Tragedy. Yeah, that's it. People want a bunch of mustards, that's it. If you name due to being biblical, fair enough. Feel bad for the Game of Thrones inspired names. Look, I feel bad for like the fandom names in general. Like if it's something that's a common name that also happens to be, you know, like that's somewhat better because it's also just a regular name. But when it's very obviously from this specific thing, like what if the kid doesn't even like the thing? Not only that, but what if the kid grows to resent the thing and dislike it because of the attention they get because of the name? Like yeah. Children are humans, not props to display your fandom with. Like, for real. Pets, on the other hand. Fuck. Go nuts. Not children. waiting. Hey, Jabba. Welcome back. This is... I've done 13 attempts so far, so it's a little less waiting, more doing, which is nice. My cousin's name is named Anakin. I kid you not. Yeah. Met my beloved son, Naruto. Oh, we know someone by association who named their kid Arthas. Why not? Why not Arthur? The reference is there, and you can winky winky. But it's a name, and you can, like, there's a nickname there, you can call them Art, and, like, it's just, like, you know, it's... If you really cannot help but to display your fandom as a plaque on a human child, there are ways to do it subtly, if you really fucking want to. If you have a burning need to not let them be their own human. Oh, fuck. My name is really called David Search and listen to people butcher trip over the name. Yeah. As long as it's them making the choice. It's still, you know, it does still hurt my heart just a little bit that they can't, like, live and flourish in the name that they, you know, but I do understand. I do feel like people can, you know, get over themselves and learn to pronounce something different. But, yeah, if it's the owner of the name making the request, then yeah, that's all good and fine. But like just the number of jokes that people make in TV shows and media where it's like, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. I'm going to call you Dave. It's like, no, you know it. It's funny. Maybe in the 80s. Get over it. Fair. It's generally taken from real world. Surname is Bond. As moody as. Yeah, it's one of those things where you really got to think about, like, how is this gonna go? Like, there was one thing that I saw recommended, like, if you think you've decided on a kid's name, live with that name for a bit. Like, place Starbucks orders using that name and see how many spellings you come back with. See how many people completely butcher it. Make takeout orders with that name and like, just see how many people have real difficulty pronouncing it when they see it written. See how many people butcher the spelling, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's a really good idea. Just like actually test drive the name out in the real world. Especially if it's something that's a little more unique or interesting, that kind of stuff. I think that's kind of fascinating. John Johns, yeah. Some people don't really think through the names with the surnames properly. Like, some people do it on purpose, and those people are, well, look. I think there's a lot of very pretty fantasy names. It doesn't have to be a traditional name. New names in the mix is nice. Yes, but. Like, there is a line. There is a line. When it's very clearly, obviously, from this one particular thing that was hot and new at the time, it can burden the child. Like, how many fucking times, if you're gonna name a child Elsa, how many times throughout their life are they gonna have to hear, oh, like from Frozen? How old do you think that's gonna get? How quickly? You know, like, it's... There are certain, like, sure, absolutely. new names are great, all that kind of thing, but there is an extent where it becomes just fucking cruel. And there's also, like we were talking about before with Arthas. Fucking go with Arthur. It's right there. You can make those references while using a less unique name. Unique names mean that, yeah, okay, they'll stand out, but not always for the right reasons. It means that people will have difficulty with spelling, difficulty with pronunciation. Like, it's... Sure, it's not great being one of 8 Jessicas in a class. But would you rather than be one of 7 Khaleesi's? Like... They're not, like, children are not, like, billboards for your fandoms. Can find more subtle references if you really have to. Just fits in perfect. Jesus. Fair enough. No person from IG that is her name. So really think about how ruthless kids are. Yeah. Kids are absolutely the fucking worst. Bullying is, well, and we know bullying is shit and shouldn't happen, but that doesn't mean it doesn't. It doesn't mean that your child is going to be the one that magically, like, doesn't get bullied. Yeah, it just... It kind of sucks to think that, I mean, like, most parents will think, like, really, like, take it really seriously when they're bestowing a name upon a child, but more and more lately, it just kind of seems like they're not. I think I saw one on Name Nerd Circle Jerk that was Mariah, spelled M-Y-R-Y-A. Myriah. Like, you are never going to get that spelled correctly. You're also never going to have it pronounced correctly. Like, fuck. Why? There are already like 7 or 8 different spellings of Mariah, all of which are beautiful and interesting in their own ways. Why do we need a new one?
We do what we must.
But, you know,
Pandaren
it's
legends
just
tell
me.
of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire over 12,000 years ago. He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaren races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave labor of those he conquered.
Interesting.
The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire.
Norwegian name. It is, yes. But nowadays, in fucking Australia and America, if you meet an Elsa, I'm aware of that, and there are people, like, I remember reading again, Name Nerd Circle Jerk post about an Elsa who was born approximately 8 months prior to the first movie releasing. And so now all she gets, even though she was born before the movie was released, born before the movie was advertised, and she gets old like Frozen. And so, like, when you've got people who have absolutely no Norwegian ancestry, who are very clearly naming a child because it's right after it's kind of, do you know what I mean? Like, it becomes problematic. It becomes problematic. Rhett, Mana, and Grim, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. All I'm saying is that people need to fucking think. You need to think, like, okay, yes, I want a unique name and I want to showcase my fandom on this actual, literal, standalone human. But how is this going to affect the child? And people seem to skip that step. it's a problem, in my opinion. But again, that's just my
I
opinion.
proudly serve as Regent Lord, the light of the sun. Aethys, leave us for a moment.
Shiny, it's wrong. Yeah, it's...
Hero, you have served the Horde nobly across many campaigns. I feel I can take you into confidence.
I mean, if you are going to name your child after a fandom, if that child then goes on to reject
Our
that
War Chief's
fandom,
campaign across Kalimdor and Pandaria
excuse me,
is pulling the Horde
please do
apart
not
at the seams.
please do not continue to
We're
purchase
here
them
to
birthday
fight the
gifts
Thunder King.
from the fandom that
Justice
they have
demands
rejected
it.
that they are named after.
Hellscream is too preoccupied at domination point to pay
Respect
attention.
their choices as an individual human. Please and thank you.
But in defeating him, we must seek out the source of his
Ah,
great
I see
power.
we had about
We must
15
claim it for
cents.
ourselves as leverage against our
birthday.
war chief.
In this book, I know.
In the event of an uprising, we must be prepared.
Name list. Well, there are some places in the world that will forbid you from naming kids certain things.
Ha! It will feel
Like
good to have
in
my
some
great
places,
event
not all.
against
I know
the
that
lions on
obviously
Mogu.
there are
No
names
matter
that
to me.
exist, but in some places you cannot legally put a number in a
Enough
person's
talk.
name.
You know how
And in some, I think
precarious
Australia,
between the Alliance and the
you
Thunder
can't
King, with
name
the help of heroes
a
like
child
you, we hope to succeed here.
a title. Like you can't call a child queen or
Nara
commander
Lambert
or something. Like you can't use a title as a name, I think. At least that was, I might have been many years ago, and it might not have been Australia. I could have my wires crossed. But like there are, like every country does have some naming restrictions. Some are just far more lax than others. And some are far more strict than others. There are some countries where they essentially have a list of children names and you have to pick one, basically. But yeah. It's interesting, right? Thank you. When's time? Hello, Tan. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Indeed. Hope you have for a name, Jesus. Well, considering it's named after a creator called Elv, who made a UI, you could argue that there already is one. Wait a second. Did you mean spell? That'll depend on your because they're all pronounced Kathy, but it'll depend on your culture. Caitlin, for example. Approximately 72 ways to spell the name Caitlin. And depending on the language, some languages only have C as a soft C, no hard Cs, so Caitlin would have to be spelled with a K, but then other languages use a hard C, so it can be a C. And then, you know, etc, etc. So it just depends on, like, the culture and language you're talking about. None of them are wrong. Well, it's wrong when you spell it Kviiilyn. Think about it. Not kidding. How many are naming their kids Karen now? I would be willing to bet that the number of people naming their children Karen has dropped off the face of the planet because of the negative meme association. It is really cool how like names come into and fall out of favor, and watching all those graphs and things. It's very funky. Maricel, let's see you later. It is here? Okay, cool. The titles thing. There you go. Yeah, right? Yeah. I'd probably go by Carrie or something nowadays if I was trying to get away from that stigma. Copyright on Charles now. I don't think so. But that being said, I'm pretty sure Disney pulls all of their names from fairly common. I mean, Disney butchers fairy tales, And for the most part, they just rip the names straight from the fairy tales that they're butchering. So it's not like if anyone's infringing copyright, it's technically Disney. But the shit they're pulling from was from before copyright existed, so... I think that using the Elsa example from before, I think there's a big difference between naming your child Elsa and naming your child Elsa and dressing her in nothing but blue and making her a Frozen-themed nursery and a Frozen-themed first birthday and a Frozen-themed second birthday, and then naming her younger sister Anna. There's a difference. There was an Am I the Asshole post. Fuck, look. I spend entirely too much time scrolling through Reddit, okay? I also figured out how to use the screen reader on my phone so I can put it down and have Siri read me posts from Reddit. It's great. She cannot figure out punctuation, but it's okay. So I can go and do stuff and it's like, am I the asshole for doing this thing with my boyfriend? It's great. But no, there was an Am I the Asshole post. This woman, oh honey, she needs therapy. She had a husband and they had a child and they named her Elsa. She convinced him to allow her to name the daughter Elsa, fully aware that when, she used the term when, they had another daughter, they would name her Anna. And then they got divorced and the husband remarried and the new wife is now pregnant and it's a girl. And unrelatedly, the new wife wanted to name the child Anna, and so OP threw a fucking shit fight. Like, was angry. How dare you, if you name your child, you're taking away my dream. If you name your child Anna, I will ensure that Elsa never has a relationship with her half-sister. And I'm like, oh, honey, that is an example of problematic child naming. You know? Like, fuck, man. And by the way, yes, she was found to be the arsehole and in dire need of therapy. But, it... like, fuck. And she's like, clearly I didn't mean that. I just said it in the heat of the moment about the girl's relationship. And it's like, no, you didn't. You meant it. You absolutely meant it, you tosser. You tosser. Cycling list, they cycle through them alphabetically. They do, isn't it cool? Like the A, B, C, D for a year, right? It's kind of funky. People who treat the children as accessories instead of actual living beings are gross. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like a child is a human, not a billboard for your fandom is kind of the phrase that I've seen used a lot. But yeah. This is so funny. Someone called CPS, no NTA. You're kidding, or did you misunderstand which one was the like? She was absolutely the arsehole for forbidding her ex's new partner from naming their child what they wanted to. They absolutely, and threatening to withhold the kids from each other and shit. Fuck. Discussion a few weekends ago about someone who legitimately named their kids Elsa and Anna. I assume what you mean by legitimately was they didn't realize they had done it and there was like cultural background and stuff, and then they kind of they looked at their 5 and 3-year-old and went shit. Or like prior to the movies or something like that, because that's kind of funny. Like, we shouldn't name our kids Luke and Leia. Look, probably not. Probably not. Oh! There was another one. Sorry, I just remembered. There was another one fairly recently that I was like, oh my God, it was the best of Redditor updates because it was no one well, a couple of commenters realized in the original Am I the Asshole post. Because it was Am I the Asshole for denying knowledge of a distant relative? And it's like, what? So it turns out OP has a brother who is married. They have a few kids. and there's a line of boys, and then they're having a girl, and the brother wanted to name the kid Steph, and she, the wife, was arguing, and she's like, I don't like the name. It's not like, I'm not feeling Stephanie. I don't want to go with that. Can we look for something else? But he was adamant. He's like, no, we have to name her Stephanie. And she's like, what the fuck is going on? And then one random night, the sister-in-law comes to OP and is like, there's some funny story about like great aunt Steph or something, and OP's just like, we do not have a great aunt Stephanie. We have this one and this one and this one, no Stephanie. And she was like, huh. The next morning, brother is raging, like, how could you do this, rah, rah, rah. And they're like, what did I do wrong? Like, I had no idea. Apparently what had happened was that the brother had lied to sister-in-law and told this story about great aunt Steph, and that's why he wanted to name the daughter Steph. And then, you know, sister-in-law came to OP separately, and she's like, why am I in trouble for this? How am I supposed to know that I'm supposed to maintain a lie for you? I don't get what's happening. Someone in the comments was like, hey, have you used fake names for this? And they said, no, why? Stephanie is the next one in line for the Robins. Fucking brother had named all his kids after the Robins from Batman. All of them, in order. They're all normal names. In isolation, it's fine. Luke, great name. Leia, excuse me. Like, as soon as you see that connection, that's why, yeah. Fuck, man. You can't make this shit. I mean, you could make this shit up and it would make for a fantastic story, but still, it's great. Anyway, I love Reddit. It's so entertaining. I don't give a shit how much of it is real or false. I don't care. It entertains me, and that's why I use it. Hello, Slams. Welcome on in. I'm a little bit behind on chat. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to get to you. But hello, welcome. I hope you're doing well. The subject reminds me of Simulation and Simulacra, but by Jean. Ooh, what is that? I don't know what that is. Let me copy that name. Let me type in one of the words with that. Simulacra and Simulation. Philosophical treatise by the philosopher and cultural theorist Jean Baudrillard. Fuck, French throws me. I don't know how to speak French and I can't pronounce half the words. In which the author seeks to examine the relationships between reality, symbols, and society, in particular significations and symbolism of culture and media involved in constructing an understanding of shared existence. Interesting. That's kind of funky. Interesting. Cool. Shit, where am I going? There, I see the little patch of dirt. Good. I was trying this topic, and apparently they do that with the parties. Very, slightly different. Simulacra was a horror game, video game, but it was really interesting. A little bit fucked up, but interesting.
For Silvermoon.
It was the woman who was posting. It was the original woman who wanted the Anna name because she was the one who had the Frozen fandom thing connection. Yeah. I'm really curious when these little family kids grow up and start to come out with their stories about life. It's constantly broadcast. So some of them already have. And a lot of, like, there's a lot of stories about them, like, ordering custom hoodies that say, like, do not video, like, do not photo, no photos, no video, blah, blah, all like printed all over them. And then buying them, the part that breaks my heart is buying them in teeny tiny sizes for their little siblings who can't, like, make the choice for themselves yet. Yeah, there's, yeah, family vlogging, like, I get it. But once the kids get to a certain age, it's, I'm not going to go into it too much because it's going to make me really angry. There's a lot of problems around the whole family vlogging stuff, and not even just like the problems you can see on the surface, like broadcasting humans without their consent. there's a lot more to it than that. And it's all really fucked, and it makes me really upset on a lot of levels. Douches did that deliberately. Goddamn.
Maladaz, Malanore.
Goddamn. I imagine teachers must have the best stories about, I mean, you know, best/worst stories about the shit. Well, the father's new wife wanted him to join Anna, and he flipped. No, he didn't flip. The original wife flipped. The original wife flipped and said, "How dare that bitch steal my name?" Blah blah blah. Yeah, no. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I didn't make it clearer. My bad. I knew little leaks in school, but not one layer. Not the books. Yes, yes, I did.
Hellscream is too
I
preoccupied
still recommend the book. Has been sending kids after the Bat Clan. Yeah, it's like fuck, and no one in the family noticed. And then when they realized, oh boy, it was trouble.
Must be prepared.
Trouble, as it should have been. Yeah, bad for the Jason. Oh god. Hey Viscount, welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
It will feel good to bloody my blade again.
You're getting murdered by some wacko clown.
Does not matter to me.
I
Enough talk.
Right? Yeah, sure. Slam to clowns.
Between the Alliance and the
Pretend not to be near the squids because you don't want to impart it on them, right? Yeah.
We hope to succeed here.
Fans actually voted for Jason Todd's Robin to be killed off. Small squid is same face as me. Clans of the spiders haven't told them any of them. It does make me wonder, like, because I mean, so we talk about genetic memory, right? Like, there are some things that it's like kittens and puppies, they just know how to do things, even though they've never been shown. It's just instinct that leads them to perform these tasks, right? And things like fears, it is worthwhile for a species to have genetically imprinted fears, especially of things that could kill them. Like, you don't get a chance to learn that a saber-toothed tiger is dangerous, right? You're either told, or you have an instinctual fear reaction of like, oh, I don't think I want to go near that. I think that might end me, you know? So it's like, it's interesting. I'm like, it makes me wonder if like the squids have picked up those fears, like genetic. I don't know how. Look. I don't know, but it's fascinating. I fucking love science. Anyway, come back, which is bananas. Bananas. Kids are great at picking stuff like that. However well it is hidden, they do like. Even before they understand language and stuff, they pick up on tone and body language and the look in your eyes and shit like that. It's so cool. Thank you, wonderful to hear. Hello, Loz, welcome back. Wrong clans are fucked. Never understood the clown thing though. The rest you're probably not scared of. Not going to try to diminish it. Get irrational fears irrational, and that's it, right? The irrational fears are like, we know logically that it is a person in a costume. I wonder if it's that whole uncanny valley thing. Like, clowns look like humans, but not quite. There's something not right about them, kind of. Like, I wonder if that, and then it just kind of degenerates into a like legitimate fear response rather than just a weird, uncomfortable feeling. Yeah, uncanny valley. There you go. That's what I was thinking. Something humanish looking, but not human. Big, exaggerated facial features, and it like something that isn't a human. And this is, I apologize if any of you wanted to get any sleep this evening. Why do we have a fear response from uncanny valley? Because fear, like, even if you're talking about genetic fears, right? A genetic fear, like if you've got a genetic fear of a saber-toothed tiger, it's because someone in your line saw someone else die by one, right? So why do we have a fear of things that look human, but not quite? The only real explanation for that is that things existed or exist that are not human, but almost look like they are. You're welcome. I'm not sleeping, nobody's sleeping. Fuck you all. Climb Ozzy acid to the window of the balloon inside to give it a shape. Oh no! Oh my god, Psycho, that's terrifying. See myself and we myself and cry. Almost from when old hominids were around. Weirdly enough, Uncanny Valley doesn't really do anything for me. I recently found out a fair portion of neurodivergent people don't get the Uncanny Valley feeling. Yeah, see, neither do I. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting. Yogi goosebumps. I am both sorry and also not really that sorry, Seeker, but I am sorry a little bit, genuinely. The minis and our ancestors would kill and devour each other when they could. Yeah, fair. There you go. There's your logical explanation, Seeker. The logical explanation is that other not quite humans were terrifying things, and that's why we're scared of them. Better? No idea what Uncanny Valley is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. Uncanny Valley is the feeling like you see something that's human, but there's something not quite right about it. It's not quite human. A lot of people complained about Uncanny Valley with the movie Cats, like the recent movie Cats, because they were obviously human, but they weren't human. So it's like if you've got a lot of it seems to be to do with like facial features, like the AI art stuff that people have been generating, and there's like someone in the background that looks like vaguely human, but the shadows just aren't quite in the right spots and stuff, and so it's like, ooh, something's not right there. Or facial features like eyes not quite being aligned and things like that, which obviously can actually be things that happen naturally and normally, or anyway, genetically that kind of stuff can happen, but it can also generate a sense of Uncanny Valley, like a can't really look away sort of feeling, because it's not quite normal to your brain, if that makes sense. It's human, but there's something that's just a bit off. And sometimes you can't quite put your finger on what's off. Sometimes you're like, it doesn't have a nose. But other times it's like, it looks, I know it's human, but something's just not quite human about it. Maybe it's just a tiny bit too slender, or the arms are a touch too long, or the neck is extended, or the shoulders are a little bit pointy, but like triangular pointy, not square. But like there's just things aren't quite right. That's that kind of, and for some people, it gives them like a pit in the stomach, kind of like oh, I don't like this, I need to get away from that. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Surprised one of the other hominids were mean. Uncanny Valley is when something appears human but not quite right, like there's something just a little bit off. Yeah. This one, probably other hominids and seen as enemies. Is there actual valley though? No, why would there have been an actual valley? Why would there have been a movie? Most butcher marks and the other trash heaps. Bad CGI. So Photoshops, they look weird. Yeah, it's like, oh, I don't like that. Yeah, some people get really odd feelings about it. Animatronic humans tend to trigger that fight or flight. Madame Tussauds. None of them look right. They're all a little too shiny and a little not quite perfect. They're close. They're really, really close, but they're not right. And I know that, like, especially for the wax figures and stuff, they study, like, they take hundreds of thousands of photos from all these different angles, but you're never going to recreate a human perfectly, and they never do, and so they all just don't look quite right. None of them look quite right. Enlarging the eyes, spacing the eyes just a tiny bit farther apart than normal can trigger it. Yeah. It's gonna be the yucks, Ventriloquist dolls, or dolls in general. Like, oh, I'm sorry, Seeker. I'm sorry. So with dolls, are you talking just about like the porcelain dolls, or like do Cabbage Patch Kids do it? Or is it more like your baby borns and stuff like that? Like where? Because I'm curious, like, especially with having squids, if they had dolls, like Barbie versus Cabbage Patch versus a baby born, they're all very different levels of, like, accuracy. Ah, dear. Maybe they could do better now if they could 3D print the wax figures. No, because 3D printing still isn't going to get that smooth curved line. You still have to go back and, like, smooth out those little bits and pieces and stuff, and I don't think they might be able to get some of the shapes closer, but then they have to go in and, like, paint on the shadows and do the makeup and apply all that kind of stuff, and I still don't think it'll look quite right. Next packs, we need to do an escape room. Or someone with the eyes, those dead eyes, the glass kind of, like, staring off in one direction sort of thing. Yeah. Fair. Okay. Because I was curious, like, because some people really don't like dolls, and for some people that's a very specific kind of doll, and for some it's like, no, anything that's human-shaped that isn't alive. So I was a little bit curious. Thank you for explaining. I imagine that might have been kind of uncomfortable for you to do, so I appreciate. No idea before people started explaining it. Uncanny Valley sounds like a Play Store book to me. I was having trouble grokking it. I don't know what grokking means. Is that an autocorrect? Or is that a phrase that I'm just not familiar with? Someone's I find creepy. It makes my tummy. Yeah, and then there are people who collect that shit. Like, I get it. Like, there's some really unique ones out there and super expensive and blah, 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 blah. But still. These people should be put in the bin. Oh, there was a TV show, I want to say, that I was watching fairly recently, where there was a person dating another person, and then a girl was dating a guy, and they were at their parents' place, at his parents' place, and it turns out his mum collected dolls and had a whole ass room, and she managed to get herself locked in there, and she was not comfortable.
The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire.
Oh, okay, cool.
You should see it soon.
Someone else's yum. I have still got a third of a bubble tea left. I guess I gotta drink this faster. It's really tasty. It's honeydew milk tea. And it is delightful. When do pack stickers usually go on sale? March. March. And then, just our birthday sales in April.
The rebuilding continues. Aethus, leave us for a moment. Hero, you have served the Horde nobly across many campaigns. I feel
Judo pass this time, hell yeah you are. Yeah, you are.
Our war chief's campaign across Kalimdor and Pandaria is pulling the Horde apart.
Hello, Loaf. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
To fight the Thunder King.
Ex-girlfriend's mum collected clown dolls. One large one was known for moving place in house at night and noped out of her house rather fast. You know what, Loaf? I believe most of us would have been with you on that.
We must claim it for
Oh no.
Leverage against our war chief.
Oh no.
In the event
Except
of an
says a
uprising,
god.
we
Welcome,
must
but
be
nope.
prepared.
Yeah. You are welcome. The doll is not. Oh shit.
Ah, it will feel good to bloody my blade again. Against Alliance or Mogu does not matter
Actually,
to me.
oh.
Enough talk. You know how precarious our position is. Between the Alliance and the Thunder King, only with the help of heroes like you, we hope to succeed here. Narala Belore, hero. Good luck.
Guinea Valley was translated for Chinese. Ah! Robotics professor Masahiro Mori first identified the concept in 1970, phrasing it as Bukimi no Tani Gensho. The term was translated as Uncanny Valley in the 1978 book Robots, Fact, Fiction, and Prediction, written by Jessia Reichardt. Interesting. There you go. Instant get away from Clown Mummy, that's it. That's it. Happy now? Good. I'm pleased. Mana, Sarum, Zam, Rhett, and Fade. Congratulations to all of you on your bonusship. Well done. Excuse me. Dun, dun. We're in the spawn window. Yay! No mount. Joy. Next one. I do seem to be ripping through attempts on Nalak much, much faster than I was in Duster though, so that's kind of fun. Okay. Thundering. Cobalt. Cloud. Serpent. Nalak. What are you doing? Give me a mount, please. Oh, it's a free-for-all. It took 1,955 completed fishing casts to catch the pond nettle. Easier. Is it pond? It is. There you go. There's when I got mine. But yeah, it's still, like, that was done over months because I was only doing, like, not a handful of casts, but a couple hundred here and there and there. But, yeah, it took a while. And when I got it, I screamed. Like, I yelled, deafened headphone users, and nobody cared. It was great. Loved it. Oh, I won! Yep, totally rigged, sure. So, story about the name Fiamma. It is Italian for flame. I main a fire mage. End of story. Yeah, no, when I was naming my fire mage, I put a bunch of words, flame, fire, burn, ember, char, heat, etc., into Google Translate, and then just started changing languages, and then I saw the name, I saw the word, I was like, that's it. Fiamma it is. Google Translate's really useful for funky character names. Especially when you want them to have meaning. That's cool. Okay. Just Swedish for flame. Except it is an I. But yeah, a lot of people get it confused. Lots of people get it confused. Never gonna get used to that.
Glory to the Sindori. Shirella. We do what we must for Silvermoon. Pandaren legends tell of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire over 12,000 years
It's
ago.
cool, hey.
He united the Mogu.
The Prime Fear, yeah. I was Fiamma 29.
And founded a glorious
And
nation
then,
with the slave labor of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a
and then,
palatial
yeah, I made
fortress
partner
on
and
the
was
borders
allowed
of
to
his
drop the
empire.
29, so
Should
now I'm
see
just
it
Fiamma.
soon.
It's kind of cool. I'm learning. That's a bit of fear. I hate it. You're welcome. Yeah, oh, thanks, I hate it. Yeah. Yeah. There are so many amazing subreddits for just, like, browsing for entertainment. It's great. Twins, why? Because people want to be creative. They've got to be unique.
We are a nation on the rise.
Because their precious baby is special, and therefore it needs a special, unique name to go with it.
Hero, you have served the Horde nobly.
My comfort
across many
playlist on
campaigns.
YouTube.
I feel I can
My
take
tutor's just gotta read
confidence.
that Reddit posts. It's very chatty about how lovely it could be. Video dozens of times now. I do, like, and I am aware that we've spent a bit talking about like stories and stuff on Reddit. I do feel a little bit uncomfortable with some of those kind of channels. Specifically the ones that go on there are some stories on Reddit that are incredible stories, but the person who's posting is suffering. They're going through a terrible time, especially on things like entitled parents or in just no ML or MIL or whatever. Like those kind of subs, they make for amazing stories and really entertaining content. But I do kind of feel like it's a person profiting off somebody else's suffering. This person has posted to vent or to try to seek support on a forum of like-minded folk, and then a creator comes along, tells the story with gusto, and makes ad profit, makes ad money.
Good luck.
So it does make me a little bit uncomfortable, and I am aware that we did speak about 2 specific stories from Reddit, like, earlier today. I just, when people make that their entire income is reading out other people's stories of suffering, gets a bit uncomfortable. If it's like wholesome stories and shit, and you know, people talking about stories about saving cats, and they're posting links to the GoFundMe that they set up to buy products for the kittens and stuff like that, sure, okay. But there is a point where it's like, there's a word for it. It's like when people watch other people suffering to like for entertainment, and it's a phrase that includes the word porn at the end, but I want to say like trauma porn, but that's not quite it. But there's something like that, and it kind of feels a little bit squeaky. You know, Raven, but I saw that one earlier today. Like they pronounce it Raven, but with the I wonder if that's like I don't know, I don't speak Gaelic, but like, you know what I mean? Like I wonder if it's one of those like Welsh. I wonder if it's Welsh, you know? Because in that, yeah. It's interesting. Doesn't read out long posts like that, goofy silly ones like old people Facebook. Okay. See that, yeah. You get where I'm coming from though, right? Like I feel like that's a valid concern. Maybe others don't, and that's okay. We're allowed to disagree. More L's if it was. Look, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like 30 more, yeah. You're not wrong. Every night, yes, yep. That's how you make it. How else are you supposed to make it a feminine name, though, Sheeps? You are all so welcome for that introduction. Showered Yodelie. She's very good at shouting. The hello geeky doing well, thank you. Hope you can say the same. We are camping Nalak. Trying to get ourselves a second mount for the evening. Undasta kindly dropped the Reigns of the Cobalt Primordial Direhorn. So now we're on to the next one. counts am I on now? 718. Looks of it. I have 215 to go. Oh, Seeker, I'm sorry. Hope this good's okay. Send in Zion. Yeah, but those are characters, not children. There's a difference. She's looking forward to the next bit. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. It'll be okay. Big hugs. Big hugs. What? 7:58. That is all of the thread on bobbins. Now what am I supposed to do during camping streams? Just wait. Why I think, yeah. This one dies too quickly. I feel like it's, we don't get, because with Shah you get the warning and you can like go over there and then Undust is on a set timer, so you get warning, but Narc just comes out of nowhere. And if you don't hit it fast enough, you don't get the tag. So it's, and you got to get out of the toy and it, dangerous. Dangerous.
I am born. The darkness.
No, that's a shared appearance. Oh well. Click only recently started back out. Oh, interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. Oh boy, I'm tired. I mean, there are, like, registers where you can check, like, most common names and stuff like that. Hey, Thor. Welcome back. What level is this tune you're on? 60. Snail people legally can't call their kids because they have in the past. Huh? What do you mean there's a list of names people legally can't call their kids because they have in the past? I don't know what that means. Welcome back, Sir. Hope you're doing well. Let's hope not. I know there's a list of names that can't, like, there's a list of things that can't be used for children's names. Like, some places prevent numbers in names, and like Australia, you can't use titles, so no queen or king or commander or whatever, lieutenant. But I think I'm confused by the because they have in the past part, maybe. Oh well. Child Commander Queen Prince Reginald the 59th.
Anaria Shola, stay strong. Shirella Ron. Pandaran legends tell of Lei Shin,
This is
the
no
Thunder
country
King.
tried to
He
name
was
his
the
son
brutal
Rolls Royce,
founder
which
of
was
the
denied.
Mogu Empire
Yeah,
over
there's
12,000 years ago. He
brand
united the
names.
Mogu,
Some places are
defeated
not
the
allowed
other
as well.
Pandaran races,
Anything
and
that's like
founded
a
glorious
registered
nation with
trademark.
the slave labor of those he
Yeah,
conquered.
prohibited name policy. Yes, yeah, they do.
The Thunder
Registry
King
of
built a
births,
palatial
deaths,
fortress
and
on
marriages.
the
If anyone's
borders of his
curious what that
empire.
means,
We should see it soon.
I imagine most Australian states have that. If not a names Australia. Naming restrictions. Naming your newborn child or changing your own name is an important and exciting event. I've been DC'd. Good. Where mount? Well, Undasta gave us a mount already, Joe. So look, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. A vast majority of names chosen by parents for their child or by people for themselves can be registered with the Registry of Births, Deaths and Marriages, Victoria. However, there are some names that are classed as prohibited by the Births, Deaths and Marriages Registration Act 1996, the Act. Where a name is determined to be prohibited, BDM will not register that name. Before making a decision, BDM will take into account a number of relevant factors, including cultural and family relevance and how the name would be perceived in the community. The fuck? Where are the boats? God damn it. If you are seeking to register a name that might be prohibited, BDM will work with you to ensure your child's name or your own is meaningful to you, reflects community expectations, and can be registered. Policy objective. This policy sets out what names are prohibited and the approach BDM takes when making a decision about whether to register a name. Why are some names prohibited? No boat, only swim? Apparently so. That name is already taken. One day. I got all the weird names trying to give his kids. Excuse me for that. Hello, Luke. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Why are some names prohibited? Names are very significant. You carry your name around with you, and it is used on a daily basis by you, your family, and friends, and the wider community. Names are therefore important, both to the individual and to the community. Names are also important for your legal identity. Your name appears on legal identity documents, such as your Medicare card, passport, and driver's license, and assists you to access a range of government and non-government services. Recognizing the important role names play in people's lives, some names are prohibited if they cannot reasonably be used by the community and or on legal documents. Legal identity documents. So which names are prohibited? Section 4.1 of the Act defines a prohibited name as a name to mean a name that 1. Is obscene or offensive, 2. Can't be established by repute or usage, 3. Is contrary to the public interest. A name that is obscene or offensive. Obscene or offensive names are swear words, descriptions of lewd or sexual acts, racial, ethnic, or cultural slurs that imply racial or that may imply racial, ethnic, or cultural slurs. Sorry, no may in there. Or that imply. Names that can be considered reasonably likely to insult, humiliate, offend, or intimidate a person or group on the basis of race, gender, sexuality, religion, ability, or other distinguishing characteristic. A name that can't be established by repute or usage. A name that can't be established by repute or usage means a name that is impractical for daily use in the community or for some other reason. This includes names that are too long, that's a link, contain symbols without phonetic significance like question mark or at, that's also a link, are statements or phrases, including words that represent salutations, reference public institutions, or are displayed in the form of initials or acronyms. While Alexander Brown is a name that could be registered by BDM, variations which wouldn't be registered for reasons that the variation could not be established by repute and usage include Alexander Brian Alfred Percival Wolfric James Victor Christian David Lachlan Brown, Alexander Brown spelt A exclamation mark 3XAND 3ER Brown. I think they were supposed to replace that last E with a 3 and they forgot to take the E out, which, like, I just kind of love that. Alexander is the best Brown is also not allowed. ALEXANDER Brown, where it's just like a dot point, like a period after it. A name that is contrary to public interest. This swim. XX underscore Hannah Rocks underscore XX. Yeah, that's it, eh? That's it. No calling the kid penis then. Correct. Or blowjob. Found this in the Queensland policy, a name that refers to formal documents or administrative processes such as passport or driver license. Yeah, you can't call your child passport. Yeah, that makes sense. Elon couldn't have named his kid over there then. Correct. Well, he could have. He just would have had to pick a regular name, maybe. I'm sure, look, there are still some very interesting names that people manage to choose in Australia, I have no doubt. But, yeah, he wouldn't have been able to choose the name he chose here. Friend's child legal middle name is awesome. I'm not sure that we'd be allowed to get that here. That's interesting. A name that is contrary to the public interest. There are a number of ways a name can be contrary to the public interest, such as the name might be misleading. For example, the name might contain an official title, position, or rank recognized in the community that might mislead others as to whether the person holds that title or rank officially. The name expresses a meaning or has significance that would cause social disharmony. The name might represent commercial or company interests. For example, the name is chosen to participate in a commercial marketing promotion. The name is chosen for a fraudulent or improper purpose. The name is contrary to the public interest for some other reason. Examples of titles and terms that may not be registered as a person's name include judicial, military, and civil law enforcement titles: colonel, commander, commissioner, inspector, judge, justice, marshal. Religious titles and categories: bishop, god, goddess, saint. Royal titles: majesty, prince, princess, queen, king. Political titles: premier, president, prime minister. Please note that this list serves as an example only. It is not exhaustive, and BDM can refuse to register a name based on any of the other provisions of this policy and the Act. It's really interesting. If his name is clever privacy, he's got an actual name but hidden to the public. Yeah. I mean, naming your child, your kid Archangel is all over the damn top. I know. My AFL player changed his name to Whiskers. I don't know what that is. That's interesting. It's not uncommon for celebrities to give a fake name to the public. Yeah. Name is EXO according to Grime. Yeah, but also that might again be Grimes just saying, yeah, this is the name, ha ha ha, in order to protect the kid's privacy. Like, it is possible. Like, it could just be that they've both agreed to lie. Like, they may not be together anymore, but that doesn't mean that they can't co-parent efficiently. At least in this one particular area. How BDM makes a decision to register a name. BDM makes decisions on a case-by-case basis about whether a name can be registered or not. If a name might be a prohibited name, BDM will first take into account a number of relevant factors before making a decision to register the name or not. BDM will contact you first to understand the reasons for choosing the name, in particular whether the name has a specific relevance to you, your family, or culture. Imagine their real name is like Sam. Yeah, basically. People lie. Oh no! How dare! BDM will also take into account a number of other relevant factors. These include how the name is perceived in the community, noting that community perceptions change over time, how the name is spelled and how it sounds when spoken, the position of the name, e.g. first, middle, or family name, use of the name in the community. Evidence that the name has been used in the community includes government-issued identity documents, identity documents issued by other agencies/organizations, e.g. tertiary education institutions, employer, documents on official letterhead, e.g. bank or superannuation statements, utility accounts, use of the name for professional purposes. I am going to hold off on that battle just because we've only got 5.5 minutes left on the spawn timer for Nalak. He could pop at any time, and I don't want to miss that. So once that pops, I'll hit the button and go with that. Suitability of the name for legal identity and administrative purposes, and consideration of the Charter of Human Rights and Responsibilities Act 2006, VIC, which includes considerations of cultural or religious reasons for choosing a name, and BDM's legal obligations. What happens if the name cannot be registered? See, this is why. This is why.
The storm is coming. I am but the dark.
That's not a mount. Why you do? Why you do? 20 years since Gary Hawking changed his name to Whiskers. That'd probably, like... Whiskers is a brand of cat food, so that's... I wonder if that was actually legally changed, because according to the BDM, they wouldn't allow that. Because it specifically says the name might represent commercial or company interests. For example, the name is chosen to participate in a commercial marketing promotion. Like, they literally chose the name Whiskers to participate in a marketing scheme to get money, and the Cats is Geelong, if it's AFL, so that's definitely Victoria. I'm sure he changed it back. Whiskers was in, I don't care if Whiskers was in, no, this is BDM I'm talking about, dude. Specifically, for example, it's prohibited if the name is chosen in order to participate in a commercial marketing promotion. That is exactly the definition of what was happening. And that is a prohibited name. I doubt they allowed him to do it, actually legally. They probably forged documents if they shared them with the public. Fade, Zam, Tan, and Norman, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. And this is according to the act that was enacted in 1996. So 3 years prior to that. Unless the marketing thing was an addendum later, I doubt that was legally, like, a legal name change. That's weird. When was Molly's from? 1996. Top of the page. Births, Deaths, and Marriages Registration Act, 1996. Ooh, I got a skin. Oh, I must have finished the what's it. Cool. View battlefield. Place your units! Oh no, wait, I need to change tunes. For God's sake. It's decided I've done too many runs in the lock. I'm not allowed to do it anymore. Hello, Norman. Welcome back. Hey, Gort. Welcome back to you too. So what happens if the name cannot be registered? If the name chosen for the child cannot be registered and the parents do not provide an alternative, BDM may assign a name so that the child's birth can be legally registered. Where a person applies to change their name, BDM will not register the change if, as a result of the change, the person's name would become a prohibited name. An application can be made to VCAT, Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal, for a review of the decision made by the Registrar of Births, Deaths and Marriages. An application must be made to VCAT within 28 days of the Registrar making their decision. There's contact details. So names that are too long, maximum length of 38 characters in total for the family name, which includes spaces between names. Maximum length of 38 characters in total for the given names, which includes spaces between, names. So I believe that's like first and middle and any other things. BDM might impose the following restrictions on names to be registered. A maximum of 5 names in total. Hyphenated names are included in this count as one name. Maximum of 2 hyphenated names in any registered name. 1 a given, 1 as and 1 as family name. Maximum of 2 names forms a hyphenated name. For example, Sarah Marie Smith-Jones is acceptable. Sarah Marie Anna Joy Smith-Jones might not be acceptable. Sarah Ann Marie Jones might not be acceptable, and Sarah Smith-Jones Phillips might not be acceptable. Names that contain symbols without phonetic significance. This restriction includes the registration of prefixes and suffixes. Ooh. BDM will not register names that contain numbers or symbols without phonetic significance in any form, language, or description. Restriction includes the registration of prefixes and suffixes. For example, first, second, or third, junior and senior, and Roman numerals. BDM will not register names that contain punctuation in any position in the name. Only exception is the use of hyphens for hyphenated names and an apostrophe where phonetic, familial, or cultural significance applies. When registering names, BDM adopts the ICAO Doc 9303 standard for the transliteration of multinational characters to English. The ICAO Doc 9303 is used as an international standard for machine-readable travel documents issued by English-speaking countries. That's interesting. Like, they actually let you know which one they use. That's cool. Funky. Can't take sponsorships to our name like an idiocracy. Keep in mind, this is Australia. And keep in mind that, like, there are so many American folks who are in the public eye who have names of children that break rules. Like, so many of them. Like, so many of them. So many celebrities have children whose names would not be acceptable in Australia. Like, to be registered on our registry. So, like, maybe elsewhere you can, just not here.
People will persevere. Stay strong.
There's a whole procedure if the parents of the child can't agree on the name.
He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire over 12,000 years ago. He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaren races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave labor of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire. We should see it soon.
Nobody's had a thing recently to give away free pizzas. 3 years for Dominic. Dominique, probably not recently at all. I have a feeling that would be people who are named already. not, hey parents, name your baby in order to win free pizza. Because that wouldn't be allowed. But if it's just, hey, if your name is Dominic or Dominique, like, flash your ID at a thing and we'll put you in the running for a, you know, like that's, yeah. Because babies, like newborns can't eat pizza anyway. But no, that's, There's a whole ass process for parents who can't agree on a name. Fuck. The poor kid ends up with a butchered name. Stretch leggies. I probably need to at some point. But like, I'm missing a luck.
Aethys, leave us for a moment. Hero, you have served the Horde nobly across many campaigns. I feel I can take you into confidence.
Here it was. Dominic's piece running a competition for the 60th birthday. First baby to be born in Australia on that day called Dominic or Dominique.
Our war chief's campaign across Kalimdor and Pandaria is pulling the Horde apart at the seams. We're here to fight the Thunder King. Justice demands it, and Hellscream is too preoccupied at Domination Point to pay attention here. But in defeating him, we must seek out the source of his great power. We must claim it for ourselves as leverage against
I wonder how...
In the event of an uprising, we
the thing says that a name will be rejected if it's being named that way for like participation in a marketing promotion, which that clearly is, right? But because they're not asking them to name the child Domino or Dominoes, because it's an actual legitimate name, I wonder if they could argue that and then claim like big grey area. And maybe they ran it that way because they knew about the restrictions. And because both of them are like legit names with proper like human history and stuff. Interesting.
Good luck.
Compact disc. I like that. Good. Welcome on in, Wise. I hope you're doing wonderfully well today. Thank you for joining us and thank you for the fantastic joke. Every time I see someone come in and their very first message ever is like a question, like a joke, I'm like, is this going to be racist, sexist, homophobic, etc.? Like, I'm like, it makes me so nervous, but I like that one. That's phenomenal. Just wrote names on a whiteboard in lists, first, second, etc. erased or added to what we liked or not. I mean, legit. That's a way to do it. It's ready to bed. Yeah. I do not know what you call a Worgen rogue. This is to werewolves and gnomes. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. I think you're right. Does that mean I need to ban you though? Because I mean, we do say in the rules like no racism, but if it's racist towards a legitimately not a fantasy race based on an actual race. It's legitimately completely fantasy. Like, I am conflicted. Hush puppy. That's great. I mean, you don't trust strangers on the internet? Absolutely goddamn not. I don't know, it's fine by me. Brilliant. But is that like, but I have friends? You know, like, yep. Oh! Lucky I didn't go AFK.
But the darkness before the storm.
Line from Gen 1, I guess, but kind of outdated. Pickup lines are kind of awkward and uncomfortable anyway, hey. I much prefer, like, just actual upfront jokes to... Trends are walking, yeah, right? Right? Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that one, Wise. That's, yeah, not. I don't trust people on the internet all I want. I freely gave you my interest without questioning it first. Yeah, but I'd given you mine first. So, like, which one of us is the larger idiot? Do 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 do. It's the easiest to create on the fly. Mutual idiocy, I guess. Yeah, look, I mean, okay, so I don't trust people on the internet. But I do trust individual, very particular persons who I have quite literally worked with for a number of years. Like, didn't you come on as a mod, Sheebs, when we did the launch, like when we started on the launcher? Which means you've nearly been a mod for 2 years. And given that this is my business, that's pretty much equivalent to working with, right? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, like when you're getting to the point of like asking for advice and you know, bouncing thoughts off of people and things in mod chat, when these are things that will directly affect my business and income, depending on your opinions and stuff, like at that point we're kinda trusting there. Like it's a thing. Alrighty, I became a mod year after I discovered you. Amazing. Anniversary. Yeah, it should be roughly like end of the month-ish, I think, because I think we made people mods just before it went live on the launcher, just so that people could like settle in a little bit. I don't remember the exact date, to be perfectly honest with you, but yeah, it was a thing. I'm gonna be back in a second because this is gonna take me enough time to fly. I think maybe. BRB.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Where am I? Ah, almost perfect. Ah.
We must seize every opportunity for Silvermoon. Pandaren legends tell of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire over 12,000 years ago. He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaren races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave
work
labor
tomorrow.
of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire. We should see it soon.
Dum, 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 dum.
The beauty of Eversong endures. Aethus, leave us for a moment. Hero, you have served the Horde nobly across many campaigns. I feel I can take you into confidence.
I can't believe I'm halfway done with the mob world bosses.
Our
I have both
warchief's
Shah and
campaign across
Undasta.
Kalimdor and
Like, that's
Pandaria
just-
is pulling the Horde apart at the seams. We're here to fight the Thunder
That's really
King.
fun.
Justice
That's
demands
cool.
it.
I like that.
Hellscream is too preoccupied at Domination Point to pay attention here.
I like that.
But in defeating him, we must seek out the source of his great power. We must claim it for ourselves as leverage against our war chief. In the event of an uprising, we must be prepared. Heads up! Ha! It will feel good to bloody my blade again. Against Alliance or Mogu, does not matter to me. Enough talk. You know how precarious our position is. Between the Alliance and the Thunder King, only with the help of heroes like you, we hope to succeed here. Anarala Belore, hero. Good luck.
Gosh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Doesn't surprise me, but like, what are elemental storms? They're the primal invasions, yeah? In the Dragon Isles? Is that what you're looking at? Different elements pop up in different places. You can go kill stuff, res spawn, drop fancy things. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of achievements associated with them. It's a thing. It was kind of disappointing. Yeah, you gotta kill like a ton of stuff, and then a rare can spawn, and the rare can drop like really fancy shit. You earn currency to buy collectibles, like a mount. There's a mount for 2,000 of the dusty stuff. Yeah. Good fun. Especially on both the Marriage Registration Act has always had a section about being contrary to public interest. I can't see how that was defined in the past. It does appear that you changed the name really in the ID poll. Which may be not laid out in the registry. Use the discretion to allow it. Yeah, it's a bit stupid. Let me refuse to register change your name if yeah. It just says may. Oh, like everything, yeah, everything on that whole ass page though, Dupe said might not and may and blah 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 blah. But vast majority of it was like if it has cultural significance or familial significance. The fucking brand of cat food doesn't have any fucking significance. Like it's a commercial, like, you know, it still feels gross to me. It still feels really gross. Regardless of whether or not they actually allowed it, it's just, yeah. It's supposed to be gross. That's not what I'm saying, dude, and you know it. Yeah. It's just that kind of idiocy that contributes to the idiocracy, you know? Brunch. Oh, bang. I'm not sure if it likely wouldn't be allowed these days. I hope not, honestly. I hope not. But you never know. Cat foods apologize immediately.
And born of thunder.
So I can't reach with my pew-pew. Actually, no, that's not pew-pew, that's why. Right, okay. There we go. What was that? Racial. What class am I? What race am I? Goblin. Right, noted. Perfect! That's funny. I'm sure it was not. Oh, because my shuriken reached, but pistol shot didn't. So it's just a matter of checking specs. Check your specs. Tyke, we have link protection enabled, so whatever you copy and pasted into chat there has just come through as 3 asterisks to everybody else. But I hope you're doing well today. Welcome back. Instead of here, finally found a fire. I think I need a defensive trinket! You! Oh, Tyke, you've also been here before pestering us about checking a link. And you wanted me to show it on stream and stuff, and the answer was no. So if you're here doing the same thing again today, then the answer's still going to be no, just as an FYI. You were here in May of 2021, almost 2 years ago. All right. So I don't have the meant, but nice. God, are you fighting God? And you're farming forward, and the lark drops the thundering Cobalt Cloud Serpent. Rocco, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. I was solo tanking a boss that was smacking me with 65% hero reduction. That's hilarious. Enjoy. That's amazing. Oh, excuse me. Maybe some of the fight sub 35 HP. Oof. Oof. Ooh, battle. Tasty. Do, 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 do. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Boxy, Sarah, Silver, and Paul! Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. This is going to be our last battle, and it is a loyalty gold chest. How exciting. Just a second, because I'm about to trigger this flight thing, and then I can...
Our people will persevere. We do what we
Gathers,
must.
ready to go. Alright.
Pandaren legends tell of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire over 12,000 years ago.
Amazing.
He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaren races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave labor of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire. We should see it soon.
proudly serve as Regent Lord. Aethys, leave us for a moment. Hero, you have served the Horde nobly across many campaigns.
Oh my god, stop getting stuck on that one little thing. Every time.
Our war chief's campaign across Kalimdor and Pandaria is pulling the Horde apart at the seams. We're here to fight the Thunder King. Justice demands it, and Hellscream is too preoccupied at Domination Point to pay attention here. But in defeating him, we must seek out the source of his great power. We must claim it for ourselves, as leverage against our war chief. In the event of an uprising, we must be prepared. Heads up! Ha! It will feel good to bloody my blade again.
I do, Ariane! Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you so much, Dupe, for dropping that link for us. Much appreciated.
You know how precarious our
Why is everything so expensive in Dragonflight? I want to earn gold, not spend it. Everything is so expensive in Dragonflight because it is so easy to earn gold in Dragonflight.
Anarala Belore, hero. Good luck.
Well done, Jazz. Absolutely. Thank you, Dupe. Much appreciated. I thought we covered this yesterday. Yeah. Yep. That's it. But also, Dragonflight is just, like, you can get 2k per character twice a week just by doing the dragon races. Yep. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I named the character doing the voiceover just now. Lorthmar. That is Lorthmar Theron. Spicy AF. It is 370k hit on the swap. Is that because the swap was done too late? Because, like, I have a suggestion for that. I didn't take it, my off tank was dead. That was bang on 9 minutes to go. Like, that was an 11-minute respawn. Jesus. Mark is keen. We like this. We like this. Do 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 do. Certainly he has, yes. He is quite prolific. That's why when you said, who's that character? I'm like, welcome to the rabbit hole. A lot of the WoW voice actors are quite prolific. Like, yeah. They are quite talented, which is great. Of course, prolific doesn't always mean talented. But if you keep getting hired, it usually means you're fairly talented. Who else is like tired and looking forward to like sleep? So back in. Yeah, just main bubble tea, that's it. Look on the bright side. Look at the positives. It'll be my second day back in the office. I'm tired. I need some real rest. Struggling to get it lately. It's fine, but no, I need to find something that
Anaria Sholat. We do what we must. Pandaren legends tell of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the brutal founder.
Feels like I've heard
of
this
the
story
Empire
before.
over 12,000 years ago. He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaren races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave labor of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a palatial fortress
last week's break.
on the
I need a
borders
holiday.
of his empire. We should see
A holiday
it soon.
from the holiday. Glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, I'm just, it's a little bit much. Hey, Cat, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. me going through the casual sun blasting in. Not really. Most of, like, everything I did outside of the house, I did in the morning, before it had really started to heat up.
The beauty of Eversong.
It's,
Aethys, leave us
it's not any one thing that's getting to me, I think. It's an accumulation of a whole lot of stuff over a whole lot of time that I just really haven't had a chance to recover from any of it. Like, it all started at, like, late September. And I had
War Chief's campaign across Kalimdor
6 flights in 6.5 weeks. And
we're here to fight the Thunder King. Justice demands it.
And then I had, like, a couple weeks
domination point to pay attention here.
Back at work, and then
we must seek out the source of
straight into Dragonflight launch, which was 2 weeks of streaming every day, 12-hour days kind of thing.
In the event of an uprising, we must be
and then I had a couple weeks, and then it was Christmas. And I haven't had time to recover.
It will feel good
from any of it, really.
Again. Against Alliance or Mogu, does not matter to me. I'm just tired. Enough talk. You know how precarious our position is. Between the Alliance and the Thunder King.
That's what it is. I'm trying.
We hope to succeed here.
Very slowly, but surely, I'm getting back on track with, like, my work and my tasks and stuff like that. I know I'm well behind. I haven't posted on most of my social media much this year and all that, so I know I'm still behind, but I'm getting there. I'm knocking out other things that were higher priorities, and I'm getting to the point now where I can sit down and do some socials planning. Yeah, I'm just tired. I've been doing a lot for the last few months. It's been a lot. It's been amazing, don't get me wrong. I've enjoyed the experiences so much, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. Like, I had a night in Sydney at the end of September for the Wrath of Lich King Classic launch, with Blizzard and all that, which was just amazing. And then I had PAX, which I was down for just over a week in Melbourne. Spent time with my family, spent time with viewers, spent time just exploring for hacks and having a blast. And then a week after we got back, we went over to Singapore for a wedding, which was just beautiful. And we spent 4 days in Singapore, 8-hour flight each way. And then I had, and then it's just trying to recover from that. And then, because I had a bunch of sponsored stuff over Dragonflight launch, I had socials that I had a sponsored stream, and then I had socials I needed to get approved and post, and then I had another sponsored stream, and there was the launch, like the sponsored stream was part of the launch, and then just more social posts and all this kind of stuff. So it was a lot of work and a lot of full-on stuff, but it was so much fun. I learned a lot, which was great. I learned some new tricks, and I learned how to use a couple of new programs, and just all this. I was really, really proud of what I accomplished in that campaign. And then Christmas, which wasn't really a break. I had a week off work, because I work Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I worked a Thursday, and then I had Tuesday off because it was a public holiday. Then I had Thursday off as annual leave because the office was closed, and then I went back on Tuesday. So I had like a week off. And I got a lot done in the house. Like, I got a lot of that kind of stuff done. And then back to work, obviously, and all this kind of... So it's been... I wouldn't trade it for anything, but... Fuck, I'm tired. But fuck, I'm tired. And then this week, every single... Like, I've got... Like, today I had medical appointment, and then tomorrow I work. And then I've got 2 appointments on Wednesday, and then Thursday I work. And then I've got an appointment on Friday. And then I've got a weekend, and then I've got an appointment on Monday. And then, like, it's just non-fucking stop. Non-stop. Non-stop. And there is no end in the foreseeable future. That's kind of terrifying. that's kind of terrifying. Good. Ah, dear. Remember this supposed speaking of the Matrix, me a couple of the first Matrix movie. Really convincing. It's rough. Being fatigued is hard. It comes sometimes. Yeah, it is. You know, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. They are pretty cool. Oh goodness. I still have that little keychain on my bag as well. The little tag, the key tag thing. They can be. I know a lot of really awesome streamers. Very grateful for that. Very grateful for that. At this rate, I'm only gonna get one more kill in. After this one. Because I've got 7 minutes on the timer, just under 7 minutes, and it's 9:43. So even after this, whenever it spawns in, I've got to wait 10 minutes. So at earliest, it'll be 9:53. The next spawn happens, and then there's not going to be another one after that. I haven't posted on Instagram since last year. I feel so goddamn guilty about this shit, hey? Like, you guys are amazing and supportive and plugging the hell out of it and all this kind of stuff, and I just haven't... Yeah. Nearly January. It's fine. It's been over a week, though. It's pretty bad. Quality over quantity. When I do post, it'll be good. Something. Here we go.
Of thunder,
That's the same thing that dropped on the other warlock. God damn it. Oh, at that point I'd rather the gold. Onwards we go. Wake up, people. Wake up in this economy. Look, if this is a dream, I'm not sure I want to wake up. It could be worse on the other side. It could be better, but it could also be worse. And you know what? I've got it pretty good here. I may be exhausted and, you know, shit be happening and all that kind of stuff. But, like, In the grand scheme of things, I reckon I've got it pretty damn good. Eh. Because also she's dreaming of stream. Look, I mean, I dream of stream regularly anyway. So, like, it's fine. It's fine. This will be the last kill of the night. Honestly, watching Twitch in bed can confirm my battle sounds are not peaceful. Oh dear. This one.
Glory to the Sindori. Stay strong. Shirella Ron. Pandaren legends tell of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire over 12,000 years ago. He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaren races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave labor of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire. We should see it soon.
All of the panic. All of the panic. That noise, oh my god, could you imagine? That would just be terrifying. No. No.
We have made many sacrifices. We find strength. Aethus, leave us for a moment.
Okay.
Hero, you have served the Horde nobly
On we
across
go.
many campaigns. I feel I can take you into confidence. Our war chief's campaign across
I still remember the
Pandaria
time
is pulling the
when
Horde
I was
apart at the seams.
farming Mim's Head.
We're here to fight the Thunder
Well-
King. Justice demands it, and Hellscream is too preoccupied at Domination Point to pay attention here.
I was planning to farm Mim's Head, so on a Monday, on a Mount Farm Monday, I had got,
We must claim it for ourselves as leverage against our war.
I had got Invincible to drop,
In
and then the
event
next
of an
day I
uprising,
got
we must be
Headless
prepared.
Horseman's mount to drop, because it was in October. And then
Heads up.
during that week, I didn't have 60 tunes then. I only had like
Ah, it will feel
10 or 12 or so.
late again.
But
Against
I
Alliance
spent
Ormogu,
a chunk of that week moving all my tunes over to Ulduar and setting their hearthstones.
You know how precarious our position is.
And then after
The
like
Alliance
2
of
runs,
the
it
Thunder
dropped.
King. Only with the
I
help
was
of
like, God damn it!
you, we hope to succeed here.
God damn it. All that effort.
Arala Belore, hero.
All that effort. Fell asleep at the PC while playing a racing game. Crashing noise woke me. Yeah, that's kind of scary, hey. That's kind of scary. Oh yeah. Ooh. Gosh, excuse me. Got Moon's head going for a transpog. Well done, Tofu. And welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Well done. I got I got Mistress Sazine's mount. Going for achievements, I think. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was not in there for the mount. I completely forgot that she dropped a mount, and she dropped the mount. That was nice. It was nice. It's a good feeling, hey? There's our battle. And the luck's up. The spawn window starts in about 15 seconds, so here we go. This is the last battle for the day, though. Amazing. Well done to Fade, Mac, Zam, Norman, and Silver for all of your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. Thank you so much to everyone who has participated in battles this evening. I hope you've all got wonderful bits and bobs and got what you wanted, got what you needed. And we'll have more battles on Wednesday. Today is Monday. We'll have more battles on Wednesday. You can check twitch.tv/Fiamma/schedule to see when I will next be live, converted to your time zone. And that should help with figuring out when the next battles for me will be. But of course, there are hundreds and hundreds of other captains out there who'll be happy to have you fighting alongside them as well. So best wishes. But for the rest of you, We got one more kill on the luck. And then I will be tapping out. This is the one? Yeah, look. I've already gotten an Unduster's mount today. So if I also got Deluxe, that would just be a little bit ridiculous. Just a little bit ridiculous. Oh, and I bought wrapping paper today. I'm very, very happy with the designs I found. They're very pretty and fun and bright and colourful. Can't wait to see all those boxes off my fucking couch and replaced with beautiful wrapped gifts. Or as beautifully as Jas can do with his magnificent level of skill that he has refined in all those years working retail. He's never worked retail in his life. Thank you. I'm very happy. It was my second kill of the day. I was quite impressed. Last raid was fantastic. That's awesome. Well, I shall be joining y'all in raid on Wednesday to do a bit of reclear and hopefully a little bit of prog. But we'll see how we go, obviously. It's a big raid, so. Spiffy indeed. Yeah, usually I jump in for Wednesday, but not so much Monday. Because Monday is Mount Farm Monday. And it's a special time. Special time. Today. It happens. It happens. No doubt mine will be after tomorrow as well. Delicious. Amazing. Just did an exceptional job with our fish and pumpkin mash and little salad thing. Baby spinach, sun-dried tomato, and I want to say cucumber? That was actually new. Yay! Oh, that's wonderful. Well, we started on 22 attempts and I'm now at 46, so I got 24 done. So that's pretty good. Especially considering I didn't do just Nalak today. That's pretty good. Pretty good. But yeah, it was, I want to say it was cucumber, but it could have been zucchini. It was marinated, like soaked in balsamic vinegar. So I couldn't really tell the difference. It was very tasty. Very, very tasty. Got to get shit to fill them with. Good. Good. Could have just gone and got some mee goreng. That one that, you know, carb on carb. It'd be fine. It'd be fine. Sushi, fantastic. Fantastic. Alright. We are yeah. Good night, all. Let us pop in. Boom! It's my compact. What's it? What's it called? It's a schedule. Because I finally, for once in my life, don't have anything on Saturday. I purposely left Saturdays free this month. But today is the 9th, which is Mount Farm Monday. Wednesday the 11th is weekly reset. We're gonna knock out some weekly shit. We're also gonna do some raiding. It's gonna be great. Wednesday, Friday, there is no stream. Friday the 13th, there is no stream. I'm taking my singular day off for the month. Sunday, we're farming pets. Gonna be great, and then we're gonna circle back around on the 16th to another Mount Farm Monday. We're gonna keep going at Nalark, get those attempt numbers up, and hopefully get ourselves a mount. Excuse me. If we do, we're gonna attack Galleon next. Oh goodness. Let's pop this in. Grab your copy paste if you do not have the Fiamma hype emote, either because you are not a subscriber or because you haven't unlocked it using your channel points, both of which are totally fine. You can still copy and paste the entire message, delete where it says Fiamma hype, and replace it with your favorite happy, hypey, celebratory emote, and drop it into Len's channel when we get there. Alenia is a fantastic World of Warcraft streamer. She plays mostly classic. She is a speed leveler, speed runner, and oh my lord, she's actually quite good at it. Like, she's actually quite good at it. I definitely recommend just checking her out and maybe even asking about like her experiences in speedrunning, her favorite moments, or her kind of like gut-wrenching moments when something went wrong, or that kind of stuff. Just like have some fun. But if you need to jet, that's okay too. You can just drop the message and run, just show her some love on my behalf. Take care of yourselves, be nice to each other, and I'm gonna see you on Wednesday. All the love. Mwah. Bye guys.
An illusion? What are you hiding?